You're live, which means you've got to start talking. So, oh, that's not what I want to do. Do. Window. Uh-oh, which one is it? Oh, just when you think it can't get anywhere. Ah, right one. Don't know if you can still see me, but there's some sharing. So, as it happens, me and David were talking, and I've said this, lots of times before. How does Douglas Preston see a first draft of a 15-year poem? And I am, I have no idea. I say this all the time and I haven't. I've got no idea how fast does any of this. Oh, Ben, wow, you're quick. How you doing? First in. What's going on? Were you waiting ready? Douglas Preston said he saw the first draft of the poem. It's like, but the poem took 15 years. Hey, Ashley, good to see you too. The poem took 15 years. And this is the fun, by the way. This is what I call fun, doing this. So the poem took 15 years, but Douglas saw the first draft of it and told Forrest it was too easy. Just think about that. Told Forrest it was too easy. Too easy. What does that mean? He knows the answer. If you tell somebody that what they've done is too easy, you know the answer. But Douglas said he doesn't know where it is. So it's not possible to say that it's too easy and not know the answer. You either know the answer because it's too easy, or the statement is not as it seems. It's not meant to be that way. And this is the bit that I struggle with now, because I am 100%. If it doesn't make sense, it's because it's in the poem. Absolutely. If it doesn't make sense, it's because it's in the poem and you're supposed to read it in the poem. And that's the first thing that I go to. In all of my time on the chase, if it doesn't make sense, I can read it in the poem. And this didn't make sense. And I should have read it in the poem years ago. But I only read it because I was talking to David B about the November 4th, 2019 interview. It's like, well, why haven't I looked it up? Why did I not look that up in the poem? Because it doesn't make sense. It's impossible for that statement to be what it seems. So it has to be in the poem. So obviously I looked in the poem, there it is. And it's simple enough to find. But the worst part of it is, it talks about the real ending. I should have done this years ago, but I didn't. And Forrest knew I weren't going to do it. That's impossible. It talks about the real ending, so it has to be talked about at the end of the chase, or at least, what we consider to be the end of the chase. And that statement was made that I would do this when we're talking about the real ending, as opposed to the ending that was 4 years ago. And that's impossible. I know, and this is not done for effect. This is not me trying to, make the poem be correct. This is what happened. I should have done this when I did all the other stuff. And I've talked about this lots of times. Douglas cannot see the first draft of a 15-year poem. That's impossible. Because then it'd take another 15 years to write another one. And Forrest talked about, if you've been wise and found the stones, take the chest and in my bones, something like that. So that indicates a prior poem. But then that would change the whole dynamics of this poem. So it must be impossible for that to be the case. So I should have looked at it. I should have looked at it earlier. I should have looked at it years ago when I was looking at all the other stuff years ago. But it only makes sense when you read it now. And that's crazy. If I'd have done it years ago, it wouldn't have made any sense. So it does say, Douglas Preston admitted he's seen, so on this side, this is fun, by the way. Douglas Preston admitted he's seen, and that's what Forrest talks about in the interview, the first draft of the poem and said it was too easy on video, Mario. So when we're reading this, and I'm not going to go through it now because you can look at it at your own leisure with a bit of fun, and you can tick off like word search, the words that you found. So here's obviously the poem. And, the word, if somebody wants, we said far too easy. Well, here's far too, if you want, or here's far too, if you want, or far, somewhere else down here somewhere. So you can use the word far is in there. I can't remember the exact wording. But if you want far in it, you can, find far too. Walk. So this is what I call possibly fun. And again, I say, Forrest is talking to all of us. I just say that he's talking to me because my name's in the poem and I read it from my name. He then goes on to say, Douglas said it on video, but he goes on to say, for you to tell all still involved in the real ending, and he signed it Forrest. So whilst I could find this, easy enough to find, it's not an issue, I should have found it 5 years ago. That's when I would have looked for it. I don't know, and I can't explain why I didn't look for it, because it bugged me that Douglas said it. It's crazy. So I find it now when we're talking about it's not about the chest, something else. I find it now, and it talks about the real ending and telling people about the real ending. But I should have looked for this years ago. I don't know how I didn't. I don't know why I didn't. I've done lots of videos that says Douglas can't have seen the first draft of a poem. And every time David, watches a stream or something and says something, I say, oh, it's probably in the poem. That's why, that's been done or that's been said. And that's my first go-to. Whenever something doesn't make sense or whenever something's highlighted, go to the poem and there it is. And I didn't look for it. I just wrapped my brains going, no, he couldn't have seen that. But if he has seen it, he knows where it is. You can't tell people, you can't tell the person who does something that it's far too easy if you don't know what the answer is. You've already got the answer. You look at the poem, you find the answer, and you go, well, that's way too easy. So you know the answer. Because you can't say it's far too easy if you don't. So it's not what it seems, and there's a real ending. And this was set up, to be that way. Oh, baby, you're making me want to paint by numbers. Yeah, hi Nikki, how's it going? And INFJ, and Agus, but hey. Well, it's a pleasant surprise to be seen, to be fair, but it's not. It's a surprise. So I should have done this years ago. My hand on my heart, I should have done this and had the information for myself, let alone, the community or telling anybody. There were answers that I was already looking for. There was things that I need to make sense of, and I should have done this. I have no idea. I can't think why I didn't. I was talking to Dave and we talked about it and mentioned it, and I'm like, well, it's going to be in the poem. Why haven't I already looked for it? Because I hadn't looked for it. We did it today or yesterday, whichever, whatever it is. Is yesterday my today or your today? Why haven't I looked at that already? Why have I not found the answer to that? And then when I read it, it talks about the real ending. So it wouldn't have been, could not have told you. I would not have told you. This is not a fact. This is really true. I didn't do it until today, yesterday, whatever. I wouldn't have told you until I thought it was the real ending. But Forrest set it up in the poem to be the real ending, and I didn't do it. That doesn't make sense to me. That's crazy. That's like Forrest stopped me from doing something that is the norm for me. If it doesn't make sense, I look in the poem, find it in the poem, and go, I don't need to worry about it. And yet I worried for 5 years, whatever, however long, that Douglas could not have said it's far too easy. It could, you can't do that. You look at the first draft of a poem and say that's too easy. It's because you know what the answer is. But Douglas says he doesn't know where it is. So nothing is as it seems. Then they talked about the Arizona and the Denver car park and which came first, the chicken or the egg or whatever. So fun without answers. How do you have fun without answers? Well, for me, this is fun. Getting the information and the doing stuff. And there's other information that makes me believe, and Davey, that there's Have you shaved yet, Ben? There's fun that's very close. I'll just say hey, he's here now. Hey, Davey. Yeah, your last night, my still today. It's only 11 p.m. So get your coffee. So yeah, today we were talking about it, and for me, it blows me away because it's how could Forrest have known that I wouldn't have done this until the end? You don't know. You don't know whether it's me doing this. I know. I haven't done this until today, and I should have done it 5 years ago. And the statement in the video, he could have been talking about me, saying it has to say enough. Stop sending me bullshit information. He could have been talking about me in there. Tell it was enough's enough. Either stop or do more. Which is, I stopped when he said enough because I thought, oh, I've upset him. And then I think towards the end I was saying more. Not saying I'm the solver or anything, just saying I'm the person that Forrest was like, shut the F up. Not interested in what you got to say. So if you want a bit of fun, not paint by numbers actually, but if you want a bit of fun, you can read the words here. There's a couple of words I haven't put in, but because it was the last bit of it, and I just thought, well, first bit they'll see. And again, just read. Don't tell me you found a chest. Read me what the poem says. And trying to make sense of the chase has to take into account nothing is what it seems. And it's impossible. And I don't know why I haven't done this already. Just for my own benefit, not to tell everybody, just for the fact that, stop worrying about Douglas seeing the first draft of the 15-year poem. It's the first thing that I would do, and I didn't do it, and I don't know why I didn't do it. And yet, when I read it, I'm thinking, well, how did you know I was going to read it right at the end? What I consider to be, what we consider to be the end. To me, it doesn't make sense. So I'm not going to go through it all, but trust me, these, Preston draft, and to, a friend in the chase, searcher, you have to read it in English. If you start spelling stuff in American, then you probably won't get the right answers. And we were talking about specialized knowledge. The quote is in the poem, and they found, Knowledge is here, is needed, is here. No specialised knowledge is needed. And they spell specialised, but they use the Z. Well, we don't use a Z. We don't use a Z for specialised. We use an S. And you can't get specialised because not enough S's to spell it. You can't get specialised knowledge. So you don't need it. No specialised knowledge is needed because it doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense in the poem. So the statements that are made are to aid the finder, not the seeker. And if you're not finding stuff, then you can't be the solver. Because the information is to aid the finder. And if you believe everything that you hear, see, read, not that it's fake, it's to aid the person that can understand what's being said and done. The fact that you don't understand it, that you think it's fake, means that you're not picking up on the information that is being given. Only an opinion, I'm not saying that's the case. And people still now, I don't know, let's stop the share. Let's try and get back to normal. Uh-oh. I stopped the share and I'm still not back to normal. I don't know. People still saying that their solve is correct and not taking, that's horrible. I don't know how to change it. Still saying that their solve is correct and not taking into account the information that Forrest gave. If you don't have warm water salt, stay home, play canasta. If you don't have warm water salt, you have nothing, etc., etc., etc. All talking about, your first start. If you don't roll a 6, can't play the game. And nobody rolled a 6, and yet they all played. But they played their own game. If you have nothing, if you don't have warm water salt, and I mean nothing, you don't know you have the right warm water salt until you have the chest in your hands. You have to understand what that statement is about. You have to know, arrive where you started and know the place for the first time. People tell their solve and then they don't say, well, Forrest said this and this is why it is, and Forrest said this and this is why it is, Forrest said this and this is why it is. So they give you a solve and it has absolutely nothing to do with what Forrest Fenn said. And that to me is crazy. Well, I had lots of solves. And I've said before, if Forrest was here, he'd tell you, shut the F up. How many solves do you want to give me? But that's because they're all there, they're all available. You were supposed to find these chess solves. And me and Davey, talked it out. What is Forrest saying? He thanked Ralph Lauren for giving him the idea. So 1988, around there. What is Forrest saying? If I can't take it with me, then I'm not going. If I can't take it with me, then I'm not going. So is he saying, I know I can't take it with me. I know I can't take it with me, so I'm not going. Because you're going to add, another year on or something. So if he knows he's not going to take it with him, and he knows he's not going, then that must indicate that he's still with us. If that's his state. If I can't take it with me, so he knows he can't take it with him. I don't know how he knows. I don't know how he knows half the stuff that's in the poem. I have no idea how he did this. I have no idea how he got all the information in the poem. But he makes statements 15 years ago up until now that are real, real true statements. These things happen. And if he knows he's not going, and he knows he's not taking it with him, then he knows who's going to find it or who he's going to give it to. So Forrest talked about finding that fish, no, catching that fish. He must have set it up to catch that fish. Excuse me. But then how? I know it's impossible. I know it's impossible. But somebody must know the answer. And Forrest told that somebody the answer. Knowing that he wasn't going to take it with him. And me and Davey talked, and I said, well, and this is not being disrespectful to Forrest, but or anybody who's done this. If you're 90-something years old, and you know that you're going to be 90-something at the end of this, are you taking it with you, or are you, I don't know what the word is. Somebody tell me what the word, not, or when you give it away, when you, I can't think of what the word is. I know what the word is, but I just can't think of it now. F was right, that it's straightforward and that a kid, yeah, absolutely. It's straightforward and a kid could solve it. 100%. Yeah, no specialised knowledge, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, straightforward. I believe in psychic anomalies. They never have to systematically. I have a weird way of thinking. Like today I was thinking, why is it still light at 10 o'clock in the evening? If the Earth is still the same size and it spins at the same speed, then it should be 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of dark. If it's 24 hours in a day. Why am I getting like, well, it's 10 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 hours, 6 hours. So I'm getting 18 hours of daylight and 6 hours of darkness. And it's supposed to be, spinning around 12 hours of light, 12 hours of dark. I said, yeah, but, the Earth does this and blah, blah, blah. But if it did that, then the North Pole, everything would melt because it'd be sunny for 18 hours of the day. And it'd be like a desert. If the Earth tilted and my country that was on this side got more light because the Earth had tilted over to give me more light. So I start thinking about all them stupid things. There we are in chat. What do you think F meant? We agreed to say it is in Wyoming. I think the answer, there has to be a map. There has to be a place where you can find the answer, which is not the answer. So it's the answer that you need, but not the answer that you think you're going to get. So I believe the answer, I believe there is a map. I believe you can find the place that Forrest is talking about by finding the place that Forrest is talking about. So the place where Forrest wanted to die, that place may or may not be in Wyoming, but you can find it in Wyoming, even though it's not, maybe not in Wyoming. Although it is in Wyoming. And it depends what you're talking about. That's the issue. Are you talking about a chest that has been found in Wyoming? Or are you talking about a secret treasure that may or may not be found in Wyoming? Or are you talking about a place where Forrest wants to die? Or a place where Forrest wants to keep a secret? There's lots. Nothing is as it seems. So the question is difficult to answer, which is, not me messing about. It's difficult to answer because it depends what is being talked about. And that was the chase with Forrest, Couldn't tell you the answer, although he was telling you the answer. And you had to separate a chest from a secret treasure or some diabolical decision that Forrest made, or however it is. So you can agree to say that it was found in Wyoming because it was found in Wyoming. But that would depend on, what you're talking about. And what you're talking about. So whilst you can be talking about something, you might be talking about something else, which is what I said from the very beginning of my videos. I will have two conversations. The conversation that you understand as you hear me, and the conversation that I'm really saying to somebody else. So if I was talking about, the 2nd of the 7th, somebody would understand what that was, and other people wouldn't. And I could use that in a sentence, and you would just wash over you. You wouldn't know what I was talking about. So I could use those words in a sentence, and it would mean something to some people and nothing to everybody else. I'm missing stuff. There was another option. That was. Why don't I just say that? I believe the finder said he found it in Wyoming. Forrest said he hid it in Wyoming. Again, yeah, and it depends what you're saying. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Monday with Mario. Yeah, well, the reason I did this is we had a conversation. Well, I had a conversation with Davey, and something that I should have done years ago I didn't do. And K-Pro aren't going live today, so I thought, why not? It won't be where you're looking. So yeah, it's good to see. The Egyptians tried to take it with them. They ended up getting their graves robbed. And Forrest said that though, didn't he? Forrest said, rob my grave. We'll never see a U-Haul behind it. The agreed statement was to let us know they are there and hijack the chase. Now that Jack has been found to be only an actor. Jack, everything about the chase has been told to everybody by Forrest before the chest was found. He intimated that things were going to get a little bit shady and we should think nice thoughts. This was before the chest was found, so January 2020, December 2019, whatever it was, whenever Forrest was saying, big news in 2020, and all this information came out, that Forrest was letting us know that a plan was going to evolve and it wasn't going to throw him in a good light, but we needed to think nice thoughts because, these things are making it happen. So can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to be? And again, excuse me, this is, do I take it with me? Do I give it to someone? If I can't take it with me, then I'm not going. Does that mean I want to take it with me when I die? Or does that mean I'm not going to be able to take it with me, so I'm going to give it to somebody else and I'm not going to die? Somebody else is going to get it before I go. And, you could take it either way. It's because the Earth is on a tilted axis to the sun, so it's all about the angle. Yes, Pirate, how are you doing? Yeah, but that's, I agree with that. Or I try to agree with it. But if that's the Earth, what is that? If that's the Earth, my country's up here somewhere. And then it tilts towards the sun, and the sun gives me more sun. But then if that's the case, this bit here, which is the North Pole, it becomes a desert because it's in the sun 18 hours a day. And that's the bit I don't get. Why doesn't the Arctic just, all the ice there just melt forever, It's just weird. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I agree with it. It's just, it doesn't seem, I don't know. If he was cremated, he could have taken it with him, depending on state laws. Well, if Forrest said it's not written down anywhere, but that doesn't mean he didn't say it. And type it. This is why you might need an Underwood typewriter. If you typed it, it's not written. It's typed. So if it is written down, if it is typed, then he could take it with him. Axis. They had an intervention, took power of attorney. Carl works for them now, and very few of Forrest's regrets will. I think everything that Forrest wanted is happening. What is the Wyoming quote? I can't be specific, so I don't want to answer. Hi, Mama Q. Nice to have you here. It's easy for everyone to say we agreed to say it was Wyoming, and that's pretty much the statement, but I think there was more to it than that. So somebody would, if Hulu was here, she'd do it, or someone. Mario, live again. Yes, Redneck. How you doing? Only because, I was stupid and K-Pro said they weren't going live. I don't know how I did not do this before. I should have done this. I said to Davey, I should have done this. This is something that is the norm for me. When something doesn't seem right because of the chase, I look to the poem and the poem tells me what the answer is. And I didn't do this. And it seems that Forrest knew I wasn't going to do it until this very point in time. And that is just crazy. Not that I would have told you earlier. I would not have told you this information earlier. Even if I'd known it, I wouldn't have told you it. But I didn't know it. I didn't look for it. And that is not me. I would have. I don't know why I didn't look for this. And I wasn't meant to, because it talks about the real enemy. Forrest told us all, once you find it, it's out of my hands, 100%. Just everything that Forrest said was meant to lead someone to this treasure, whatever it is. It was meant to lead somebody to it, which means he was never going to take it with him. Or it was the dare. I'm going to offer this up to everybody. Either I take it with me or I don't. I'm going to try and get, or somebody dared Forrest. Right, this is what I'm going to do. And somebody dared Forrest to get somebody to find the answer without telling them the answer. And in that interview, Forrest talked about the tenacity again with Peggy. It's a synonym. And that's why it was corrupted. It's not the right word in that instance. So you have to change the word. And in the same interview, Mike asked, is the key word in the poem? No, Cynthia asked it. Mike asked the first word, is there a key word? And Cynthia said, is it in the poem? And Forrest said yes. So, again, people say that they have the solve. They never explain the key word, the one word that will help more than the others. There's one word that will help more than the others, but you need all of them. However, Forrest said that the treasure discoverer understands how important song closure is for many searchers, so he agreed that we should. So thanks, Mama Q. Agreed that we should reveal that the treasure was found in Wyoming. Thank you. Are you Hooli in disguise? So the closure for some people. Forrest made a statement in that same interview. There's a lady searching now. She's got a cold, blah, blah, blah. And I talked about shutting down Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado. And people take that to mean that it's in New Mexico. No. Listen to the statement that Forrest makes, and he's saying, the weather's bad. Don't go out searching in this weather, in these states. He's not saying the treasure's not in those states. He's saying don't go searching while it's A, while you're not well, and B, while the weather's atrocious. He said it was 1 degree. That's what he's talking about. But people want to say, oh no, he's saying it's New Mexico. Closed out all the other states. That's not what he said at all. How do you get that information that he's telling you it's not in these states, it's in New Mexico, when he's talking about it's 1 degree and some woman is out looking in a tent when it's 1 degree and she's got a cold. And obviously people knew who that person was. I mean, I don't, but people knew who that was. Thanks for that, Mama Q. Excuse me. The information, I was having those when I'm doing this. And people say, oh, probably because you're lying, but I'm not lying. It just happens to be that way. Fenn said that the treasure discoverer understands how important some closure is for many searchers. So if that is correct, then it's not Montana, it's not Colorado, and it's not New Mexico. But that depends what is being talked about. And if you even understood that. If you talk about a chest or you talk about something else. So he agreed that we should reveal that the treasure was found in Wyoming. And that is if Forrest isn't the finder. Or the founder, in that office, Jack had nothing to do with that chest. And again, I go back, I say the same things, and it's like nobody hears, but Capro said that Shiloh basically didn't know what he was talking about when he said the chest wasn't going to be at Heritage, sold at Heritage. And yet, she's so far from the truth, it's unreal. It wasn't. So, what Shiloh said to me is 100% true. What a searcher says is 100% wrong. And that's not getting at people, that's just trying to say your way of understanding something, whoever it is, doesn't matter. Your way of understanding it is through your own bias. The bias that gave you Jack. The bias that gave you Jack. Jack had to tell you, don't have bias. Whilst you got Jack, and in my first videos, in my earlier videos, I was telling you, it's not even Jack. It's Jonathan. You're making him out to be a Jack. You're saying that he's Jack. You're saying that he's this person. Forrest never said any such thing. But the community went along with this Jonathan Jack Stoof was the person that was the finder, etc., etc., etc. Even though you're told nothing is as it seems. We were told that Carl said that Jack, your Jack, Jonathan to me, or this person, couldn't go to Forrest's house, so they had to go to the office to prove that Jack found the chest. Don't prove nothing. It proves that they're in an office and Forrest could have brought the chest with him from his house. It's like, hang on, but okay, you can say it, but that doesn't mean to say that Forrest didn't bring a chest with him. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying no, that statement's no. If Jack went to Forrest's house or didn't go to Forrest's house, it wouldn't make any difference. The fact that you say that it happened doesn't make it, true. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying it doesn't make it that way. Jack could well have gone to Forrest's house and brought him a chest. Or Jack doesn't go to Forrest's house and Forrest just brings a chest anyway. However it works. But that chest is still irrelevant because that's the chest that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. And that's why Jack asked the question. And why you're all going, why does he ask the question? Because it's not the chest. It's only the chest that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, with the gold in it. Not the chest that has all the diamonds and emeralds and sapphires and whatever else. Sophia, hello. Hi. He's agreed to say his statement is accurate, thank you. Absolutely accurate. FF did not want the kids back into the game, therefore. Well, again, there's information in the poem that doesn't necessarily wanted is being upheld. Well, there's a promise of new discovery, so you can still go out. I think some of this poem was supposed to be solved. And to solve the poem, you don't go out into nature. You shouldn't be searching. If you can go right straight to it, you shouldn't be searching. So you should have solved it before you left the house. So the statement that's being made is not what it seems. You had to solve the poem before you went and got the chest. There was no walking out in nature necessary, in my opinion, and in David B's, I would assume. There was no walking out in nature. Whilst that is a good thing to get people to do, you didn't have to do that. They took power of attorney out of my hands and out of this world, 100%. FF said that the poem led him right to the treasure. Jack S did not solve the poem and only figured out whatever. This does not match. FF is talking about another him. 100%. He's not. Nothing is as it seems. So you have to understand who the other person is that can keep a secret. I said this the other day. Forrest never said the other person was dead. He just said two can keep a secret if one of them is. They could have both been alive when Forrest made that statement. And now one of them is dead. Potentially, possibly. But Forrest's statement wasn't that somebody was already dead. Only that two people can keep the secret if one of them is dead. So two people can know the secret and one person can know the secret if one of them is dead. But two people can know the secret. Why? I don't know what the why is for. Why? Hello, Charlie couldn't be. He said Charlie maybe went looking once. They will have the copyright to the Thrill of the Chase book, or however that is mentioned. And, they didn't know where it was. I wouldn't tell my mother. So nobody knows. And yet, Douglas Preston, by his statement, says that he knows, even though he says he doesn't know. By his statement, saw the first draft of a 15-year poem, which meant Forrest has to write it again. And Forrest talked about writing it again because, if you've been once found the stones, take the chest, leave my bones. If he saw the first draft of a statement and said it was too easy, then he knows the answer. And there's only going to be one spot, so he knows the spot. Unless he doesn't. Unless that information is just because it's in the poem and the finder's supposed to find it in the poem. Still here doing this. This will continue and continue. Well, it's supposed to continue and continue, and people are supposed to have fun. Same old. Oh, I don't think it's stupid. But, each to their own. Oops. Where'd that go? You're not going too quick. If it was a metaphor, it could have been on the bookshelf. Because when Forrest said, I'm going towards Solver, they declared him unfit. Yeah. So, who declared him unfit? I don't think anybody could declare Forrest unfit. I think, if you're going to write a will or anything, and you have witnesses, then declaring that you're of sound mind, and obviously his solicitors would have sorted out that sort of stuff. So I refused to worship man, and that included FF. I never bought the Jack story. That's good. That is, I like people that don't buy the Jack story. Because Forrest was going to make it happen, and Jack was part of the making it happen. It hit 101 today. Funny that FF said wind could affect it, and yet 101 degrees and climate change is worse. I don't know where that's going. Uh-oh. Yeah, and another 4 hours. Well, it's better than, wrong information. I'd rather have boring stuff that might be correct than 15 minutes of nothing. But that's how it goes. Suffering, nothing else really stopped good. Well, he was asked, would you do it again? And Forrest said no, because people have died. It doesn't get more straightforward than that. No, I won't do it again because people died. Now, I'm not being disrespectful, but those people chose to do what they did. Some of them did stupid things. People die, going watching motor racing. Are you going to ban it? Of course you're not. But that's their choice. People die just going on holiday. Are you going to ban people going on holiday? No. So people die all the time. You can't blame Forrest, and Forrest can't blame himself for what happened to those people. It was a personal decision that they made to do what they did. And those personal decisions exist in every way, shape, or form in life. You could go out the door, get run over by a bus. You could go out the door and a plane crashes. Are you going to stay in your house and do nothing? So Forrest can't blame himself, and nobody can blame Forrest for what happened to those people. They were individual choices. If Forrest put a gun to their head and said, "You must go out looking for my treasure," then yeah, but he didn't. So no, I don't believe that Forrest is at fault for any of it. Yeah. Oh my, David, this is very educational. Can you leave? And yeah, you can. Yeah, don't worry about it. I make out I'm upset, but I'm not. I just like to. I just like to give it back. It's not. It doesn't matter. Stay as long as you want. You may learn something, or it may just put you to sleep, and you may have a good rest. Oh, Davey, you don't understand. Hey, Whisper doesn't understand the information from about Jack. Well, I've got convinced by Ben that Shiloh is running this, so only one A or B question needs to be asked in court to Carl. Did the family declare Forrest unfit, or did he knowingly sign the chase over? I don't believe that Forrest would sign the chase over, and if you listen to the interview, they left him alone. Peggy looked after the house, he looked after the business. That was how it was run. They left him alone. So if you listen to what was said, I don't think there was any issue. Michael's retracting. Forrest was taken over. 4-leaf? Oh, you've been reduced 5. You've been reduced to a 4-clover. Oh, a Clovis. Why do you... Well, Sophie, it's one of the two. They all showed up in court. Everything as it seems. Fraud, lies, murder. I'm not even going to answer that. Deductive reasoning, Sherlock. You need inductive reasoning. So many hiding boxes of stuff. Yeah, I think when it's worth $1 million, then a lot of people are going to be interested. And people would make out that Forrest was invincible, and at 79 or 80, he was going to do these crazy things. And Forrest even said that no, he wouldn't. Don't go where a 79 or 80-year-old man hasn't gone, because he wouldn't go there. So, basically don't do it. You should not, with the information that Forrest gave, you should not leave your house unless you know where it is. And you should not have to do anything other than go to the point where you think that it is, or tell Forrest where it is and why it's there. Personal decisions, man. Read my book as it describes a major issue of their decisions. Sophia, can you stop saying read my book? It is unavailable in Aussie. Yeah, I know. I cannot afford anything apart from no fixed address. I checked on the cost of a 400-page book, rather expensive. Maybe a publisher should pick up mine. How people are going to go. Yeah, Sophia, Dave is not lying. His life is not. He may enjoy it in the sense that it's what he wants to do. but it's without the means to do it the way that he wants to do it. Stick to a post-it note. I can afford that. See, I don't know. Forrest did not take the deaths lightly. They weighed heavily on the line. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't take them lightly. And I'm not saying he did. I'm saying he can't be blamed, and he should not blame himself. They were decisions made by grown adults to do something that they wanted to do to try and better their life that they had at that point in time. Whereas other people who die, you could die fishing, you could die cycling, you could die hiking, get struck by lightning, whatever. Are you going to stop people doing everything because at the time that they were doing it, they were told to by somebody or asked to by somebody or given the idea by somebody? No, of course you're not. Forrest gave somebody an idea and they did something and the worst possible scenario happened. But it's not Forrest's fault. He never made anybody do it, ever. Never said you had to do this, ever. And he basically told everyone to be safe and nobody listened. And that was a statement in the interview, this person who's ill, got a cold, gone out into the snow or whatever, the cold, 1 degree. He wants to shut down the search areas because it's not safe. And people don't listen. You can't blame Forrest for people not listening. Yes, he is a nomad. Not mad, nomad. No, you won't. You won't. You won't, man with a choir, whatever. You won't. You have seen the post-it notes or represented as a sort of book would involve in the final location. Search of deaths tainted it. But no search of deaths since 2020, so mission accomplished. 100%, nothing to see here. Told people that the chase was, so the chase was over. Don't know how he said it, but basically, don't go looking, don't go searching. Backerjack, hello, and cheers to you too. I don't know if you're having a drink, but yes, it's good to have you here. We'd probably have 5 more deaths by now. If Forrest hadn't said it was over, yes. An elementary school girl's father called Forrest before. Elementary school girl's father. Well, I don't want to go into the synonyms of fraud because, excuse me, some people might get ideas, but I think I remember that statement, to be fair. Forrest tried to make something happen, in our opinion, for the benefit of everybody. And this that he was going to make happen was disguised by the chase. So the bigger thing is bigger than the chase. It's bigger than anything you can even think of. Forrest needed a vehicle. I don't know how he wrote this poem. I have no idea. I don't know whether we're making stuff up, but the thousands of things that are in there can't be made up. So it can't be that. It can't be that he wrote the poem, then found the stuff in the poem, and then gave it us, because there's stuff in there about future events that take place that Forrest either didn't know or not influences to make happen in the future. But Forrest does not know me. I do not know Forrest. The information that he has about me is personal information. People say, yeah, AI, yeah, these people can find information. However it is, it doesn't matter. It's personal. Only I know it. But it's in the poem. Now, either I'm finding it by accident, all of this information, over and over and over and over, as Forrest said, read it over again, over and over, over and over. Either I'm finding it by accident, just coincidentally, it happens to be there, or it's there. And I know, I tell you, I know it's impossible. I know. I 100% know it's impossible. I tell myself it's impossible. I tell Davey it's impossible. It can't be. But going through the poem today and finding that information that I should have looked up 5 years ago, I have no idea why I didn't. I can't. That bugged me. I've said it in the videos. Douglas Preston cannot make that statement. It's an impossible statement to make. 15 years it takes to write a poem, and he saw the first draft? No. If it took 20 minutes and he saw the first draft, yeah. Write another one. 15 years? Douglas comes in. Oh, Forrest, that's too easy. Okay, I'll write another one in 15 years. But if he's looking, that's too easy for us. They're going to get that straight away. Well, then you know what the answer is. You know what the answer is, Douglas. You can't say it's easy unless you know what the answer is. That's too easy for us. Yeah, don't worry, nobody's going to sort it in 1,000 years. But I know what it is for us because it's too easy. Look, I've just done it, and there it is. It's too easy. So you have to understand why those statements are made. And I should have done this years ago, and I didn't, and I don't know why I didn't, because every time I think that a statement is BS, it's because it's in the poem. And I should find it in the poem. And I didn't do that, and it talks about the real ending. So I wasn't supposed to find it until now. Or I wasn't supposed to talk about it until now. But my hand on my heart, I didn't find it until today, or yesterday, whatever it is. No, it's still today. I didn't find it until today, because I didn't look for it until today. And I should have looked for it 5 years ago. And yet it talks about the real ending, not the fake ending. So if I'd have found it then, I still would not have told you about it until now. And Forrest knew that I wasn't going to find it till now anyway. I don't know. Just coincidence? I don't know. But I don't think so. I keep getting reasons why he should have ended. Right. Have the same conversations. One is a chest, one is a secret treasure. Read the dust cover. Go back to the interview. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? What? You haven't got a secret treasure, Forrest. You've got a treasure that you told us about in the Thrill of Chase book, which has been running for 3 years now. What are you talking about, secret treasure? And nobody even said, secret treasure, Forrest. They all just went, no, we don't know about secret treasure. Absolutely succeeded. And again, I say it to you, and I say it to Dave, and I say it to everybody. Excuse me. Nobody knows that you're going to last 15 years to write a poem. Even if you're 30, you don't know you're going to make it to 45. So you take 15 years to write a poem, 79 or 80, and you know that you're going to see the chase out because you're going to hint the rich is new and old and hear me all and listen good. You knew you're going to write the poem, 15 years of writing the poem, however that worked out. He could have started the poem, wrote one word in 1988, and then wrote the last word, in 2009, 2010. Well, 2009, because it was done in 2009. The 1995 statement from Douglas says it's the Arizona car park, which means 7 years after Forrest was going to do this, Douglas was talking about where they're going to find his car. They haven't even started the chase yet, but you've already got answers. So there's information that people should think, how does that work? And obviously they don't. Again, David makes a good statement. I could not end it if I wanted to. Didn't pull it. Couldn't have done. He couldn't end it. But again, are you talking about the chest? If Forrest was going to end the chase, that you believe, it's crazy, that you believe. Now let's start from the start. Can I make it happen? Yes, Forrest. Take a chest full of gold, stick it in the middle of the road, and any Tom, Dick, or Harry can find it. You can make it happen. Easy. That's it. Can I make it happen? Yeah, of course you can. I could not end it. Yes, Forrest. That chest that you put in the middle of the road, go and get it before somebody finds it. Of course you can end it. It's not about a chest. It can't be about a chest. And if you keep talking about a chest, you're never going to find the answers. It's not about a chest. It can't be. Can I make it happen? Of course you can, Forrest. Just stick it out there, someone's going to find it. I can't end it. Of course you can, Forrest. There's a chest, go get it. Or get Shiloh to get it, or get somebody else to get it. I couldn't end it if I wanted to. Those statements are important, and it's to the whole world, not just to the community. The whole world is telling. Can I make it happen? I can't end it. I'm not talking about a chest. So if you keep talking about a chest and Jack and everything else, you're not trying to work out what this is about. You're never going to work out what this is about, and you can't have a solve that has the poem with it. You have your solve that has a chest. That Forrest said, "Don't tell me you found a chest." It doesn't get more straightforward than that. Don't tell me you found a chest. I'm not interested that you found a chest. This is not about finding a chest. I did not do this because of a chest. I don't want you to tell me you found a chest. I want you to read me what the poem says. A little bit of fun. That's all. No. So I've just answered your question, Five Leaf. No, it wasn't about a chest, and he couldn't end it. He did succeed, 100%. Well, in the I don't know how to say it. So in the initial instance, succeeded, but there's more to happen. To be second and seventh, to sink the battleship, S1, boom, done. D1, whatever the number's going to be, F1, or 19, or 21, or whatever those numbers are. But that has to happen. So in the initial instance, in the grand scheme of things, it's all looking good. But there's more to take place. Something has to end it. And that something, as far as I know, has not taken place. So it doesn't end. And I don't think it will end. But it ends the chase, but it doesn't end what Forrest is doing. Absolutely doesn't. And, the place Forrest wanted to die, burning the candles at both ends. If you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure. Even my costs for making a profit. That still has to, the turtle, the moon, those things still have to take place. Those things still have to happen. The 23 stumps, Jack, the lumberjack, Jack's there, Forrest is gone. The Forrest is gone, but Jack's there. Why is Jack there? Why is the lumberjack there? I don't think it took 15 years to write. I think it took 15 years to explain. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. But if the poem took 20 minutes to write, then Douglas can see the first draft. Forrest can rip it up and do another one. But I don't think it took 20 minutes to write with the information that's in there. So it took Forrest a long time because he said so in the interview. And he said, people think they're just words, but I crafted that poem. So it didn't just take him 20 minutes. He built the poem and he crafted the poem. So it took him however long it took. However, I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. You don't need all the words, but it's risky to ignore any. There's a key word in the poem. word in the poem that is key. Woof woof. That's the bit that people don't get. I don't get why people don't get it. Nothing is as it seems. Why are you worried about anything if it's not as it seems? So if you're watching a movie, are you worried about it? Do you think it's going to impact anything that you do in your life? Of course not. So if nothing is as it seems, why is anybody worried about it? I don't get it. Arizona parking lot and Denver are equal in the post value. Don't ask me to explain. I wouldn't ask you, Michael. I would not ask you to explain that. And again, Douglas knows something. If Forrest said that it's not relevant, it's not relevant to the chase. So the Arizona parking lot wasn't relevant. So there's a reason why it's the Denver parking lot, or the airport even. Just a guy. Hi, how are you? He went in alone with treasures more than one. Went in alone with treasures more than one. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I like how you put that. If I understand it the way that you're saying it. Chest in the middle of the road reminded me of the April Fool's Day. Yes, exactly. Yeah, thanks, man. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. If he wanted to end it, if he wanted to make it happen, that April Fool's thing is exactly what I'm talking about. He makes it happen. This happens. The avalanche, whatever it is. He makes it happen, or he ends it. It's in the middle of the road. Somebody finds it, and it's done. Or he just goes and gets it. So it's not about a chest. Or he couldn't go where he went to put it in the first place, and didn't want to tell anyone else to go there. Yeah. Once Forrest started it, then it had to go to the end. So it's like, the dominoes. That whole fancy setup for everything to happen, the time it took to do it, everything, and you need that first hit of the domino, and then they all fall and everything, until the end. So it only ends when the last domino falls over. And if you stopped it halfway through, then what Forrest was trying to make happen won't happen. But the answer's already in the poem, so it has to happen. You have to let the dominoes fall. You have to wait till the end. And people say they solved it before the dominoes have fallen. Some people have solved it before the first domino was tipped over, before Forrest went. Some people have solved it. Yeah, exactly what David was saying. So, and I don't understand why people don't believe in Forrest. And just said to David, the whole thing about this was to solve the poem. For me, I did the go to America and look stupid bit. So I wanted to solve the poem. I wanted to solve the poem. That was what I wanted to do. I wanted to solve the poem, and obviously I want to have fun doing it. But it's possible. 10 years to contemplate and perfect. Just the first clue. The first clue is Miss Forrest here, so much more true. 100%, I agree with that, Avis. Yeah, 100%. People say, "Oh, sucking up to Forrest, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah." Gold, But it's not about that. There's so much more to this than people understand. And it doesn't matter who Forrest Fenn is, who you think he is, who he was, who he really is, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I said to David today, I really wanted to meet him. More than anything, I really want to meet that man. I feel uneasy asking for his message so I can mail a copy. I believe someone in the chase will make it impossible. Something in it must be wanted to be secret, maybe. Maybe, Sophia. Forrest said he looked up every noun. Some he misunderstood in the dog pressing movie. He said, pay attention to the nouns. Just, yeah, normally anything with the something. He absolutely did, yes. Just the guy. He looked up all the words, especially the nouns. There's a word in the poem that is key. People don't use it. They get their answers and they don't use any of the stuff that Forrest said. And I don't get it. I really don't. If you just go from the beginning where warm water's hot to take chest and go in peace, you miss 3 stanzas. It's risky to ignore any of the words. And I'm sure there are nouns in those 3 stanzas. And Forrest looked up all the words. So why would you look up all the words if it's only 3 stanzas that you're going to use? Don't get it. Why people don't listen to it. Took on a life of its own, there was momentum like the 100th monkey phenomenon. I don't know what the 100th monkey phenomenon is. The 100th monkey. I don't know what that is. Sorry, Mama Q. You're too smart for me. I'm not smart enough to understand what that is. I will put on some YouTube before as I did for my work, so it is a problem. I guess sorry, I'll not mention it again. It is as hidden as the chest. Hooli! Woo! You have made my morning. Only just though, 3 minutes into the new day. I have not seen or spoke or communicated you for years and years, it seems. You were my first point of call contact when I came to the chase, and it is an honour to have you here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you're not a mod, and I really don't want, no offence, I don't want to make you a mod because other people have said, why aren't I a mod? All of these people that are in blue. So, but thanks, Hooli. I am over the moon that you are here. There's some reference in that. I'm sure you understand what that is. My treasures, my trove, the chest, the gold. Yeah, if I tell people all the time that Forrest hid where it was in the poem. So whilst people believe that beginning where warm water's halt is where it was, where you had to start, that's not what Forrest was saying. He must have been saying something else. Otherwise, he could have just said, start at the Madison River, start at the Yellowstone River, start at Starbucks. He could have said those words, but he changed the words. He looked up all the words in the poem in order that you didn't know where it was, not in order that you could find it, which is why no one's going to find it in 1,000 years. Or, it won't be where you're looking. You won't find it. You won't find the chest where you're looking. I know people contest that statement, but that's exactly what he said in an interview. He just went, I know one thing for sure, you won't find it where you're looking. So anybody who has a soul, again, I say the same thing to nobody wants to take any notes of it. He told you it was at the home of Brown. If I told you it's at the home of Brown, you go right to it. He told you it was there. And nobody wants to listen to that. But Forrest told you it was there. He also said they don't understand the importance of the first clue. If you don't have the first clue, you have nothing. If you don't have beginning where warm water's hot, you might as well stay home and play canasta. Blah, blah, blah. Telling you the answers. Nobody wants to hear it. All good, yeah. I don't need rain. Hey, Greg, here's my wrench. Oh, no. As I say, is over. I left the readers to decide if there is truth. My chase paper will never end. It's just the fun to read, except for the last chapter. I read what the book was about and everything, but no, I haven't read it. Hell, oh. OCO, OCO. I don't know what that means either, Wig, but hello, how are you? Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm having a brilliant day, 6 minutes, because it's into the new day now. I've had 6 minutes of pure fun. It's nice of you to say that, but David Superman, you could kiss. Oh, come on, let's be nice. It's funny though. Actually, Greg, seeing you, when was it? When I first came into the chase, and watching the KLF video, you look like the person that's hanging off the, is it the mast or whatever? You look like that person. Were you that person? Were you in the KLF video? Which one was it? Oh, I can't think now. Oh, come on. America to stop. It's called. All these people that sue think they own something. I think they own something. All these people. Yeah, nobody owns something. The chest that went to Heritage was the chest that was it. No, it didn't go to Heritage. The gold that went to Heritage was the gold that was in the front of the chase book. The chest was never sold at Heritage, no matter what people want to believe. It means hello in Cherokee, Mario. Oh, that sounds like you might know Capro. Well, hello to you. How is it said? How is it pronounced? I want to say it properly. OCO, where's it gone? OCO? OCO? Or is that a H? Hey, Steve, how you doing? Yeah, so KPRO said they weren't going to go live on Monday because they're going to do a Thursday. So I didn't think I was going to be treading on anybody's toes. And me and Dave were talking today, and we talked about the November 4th interview in 2019 and Douglas Preston. And I think Davey mentioned it. I can't remember how it came about, but I think you talk about that, and I was like, well, why didn't that'll be in the poem? Why haven't I looked in the poem? Well, Davey said it. However, it came about, and I'm thinking, why haven't I looked in the poem? Because if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to look in the poem, and I didn't look in the poem. So I looked for it, and there it was. And it talked about, I would tell all involved in the real ending. So it's like, well, even if I found it years ago, I wouldn't have told anybody because it wasn't the real ending years ago. Although I may have forewarned, a year or two ago, don't know. But I didn't even look for it, and it's what I do. When people say things and do things that don't make sense, I look for it in the poem to work out why that is. What video, Mario? What video? What video of what video? I don't know what video we're talking about or I was talking about. When you get, I've got Zoom. I have Zoom, but I'm not going to pay the extra to, go live with Zoom. I think Bill said, you can get StreamYard, but again, you have to pay money. I'm not as rich as you people, so I can't afford to do those things. Yeah, so me and David talk on Zoom all the time, but it only gives you half an hour, and then cuts off. So I do half an hour, and then he rings me for half an hour, and I ring him for half an hour. So, but Greg, there's nothing stopping you having a show and inviting me on, and we can go live, and I can share information if you want to do that. OCO. Thanks, Greg. Cincinnati. How was the gold not sold at auction? I thought it was sold at auction. The chest was not sold at auction. I thought all the gold was. Forrest said, keep the two big ones. Sell all the others, keep the two big ones. Did everyone know Mario paid actor? Yeah, I wish I was a paid actor. And honestly, I would probably, even if I was under an NDA, I'd probably tell you that I'm a paid actor because, I'd like to have the money of a paid actor, but no, I'm not. I wish I was. I really do, but I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I'm not, and that's not me being nasty or anything, but I can't afford to, spend that money on I'll probably use it twice, three, four times, to go live to have people on. There are people that are missing that I would have liked to be on. I mean, Paul, I haven't seen Paul for ages. I hope he's well. He said he wasn't well for a while, but I should have emailed him, to be fair. There are people that I'd like to chat and talk about stuff. Do what? Do it. Which was more relevant, the little elementary school that Forrest said was fraud, or the little elementary school? Well, the schoolgirl from India, I think, is relevant to the point that this is where it is. So she's telling you, that girl from India, she's telling you this is where it is. The little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. So anybody that goes past the little girl from India is going past the chest. She can't get closer. So therefore, the little girl from India must be where the chest is, which is the second clue. Because she can't get closer than the first two. So anybody that goes past the little girl from India goes away from the chest, which Forrest said. Solve the first two clues, walk right by the chest. So you take that statement and the little girl from India, they're exactly the same. So when you're having your solve, when you're doing your solve, imagine the little girl from India being as close as you can possibly be to the chest. The little girl from India. So when you're doing your solve, at your second clue, if you go to your third clue, you just walk right by her. And then your fourth clue is further away, and your fifth clue is further away, and your sixth clue is further away, if it takes you away from that point that the little girl from India was at. So the little girl from India is really important. The fact that somebody calls Forrest a fraud, which is more relevant, the little elementary school girl that said, oh, the schoolgirl said it. I thought her parents said it. Oh, so that's a bit of information I had in my head that was incorrect. The girl said it. I have to think about that now. Go live, guys. I am live. Yeah, if so, obviously Forrest first, Davey second, but then Hooley. Because Hooley, for me, I don't know when Hooley started the chase. I don't know anything about Hooley, to be fair. I know that she seems like a nice person. She has helped more people in the chase than anybody. In any respect, it seems. And, I'm not just saying it because you're here. I said it before you came here. Yeah, she's a good soul. Queen, how are you doing? What's the little girl from India riding in a... I thought she was riding a mammoth. You're a paid actor too, Greg. Yeah, I think I'm not a paid actor, Neo. Please don't say that. I'm not a paid actor. Nice to have you. It was difficult to tell anyone what the answers were. And Forrest himself said, don't trust anybody, which means, can't even trust Forrest. Don't trust anyone. And Forrest makes a statement. I'm sure he's talking about me because he said, some people don't tell me the answers because they don't know. I can't remember how I worded it, but basically. So the information in the poem, whilst it was real, meant that everything wasn't real. And the people in the chase weren't real. So what was this about? Who actually did this? What was it all about? It was scary, to be fair. I'm okay then. Thanks, Larry. Her father said it, yeah. So thanks for that. Okay, Larry. Yeah. So not the little girl saying it. It was the father. Yeah, that's what I had in my head. I was a little bit worried then. I thought, oh no, I've been doing the chase wrong for so many years. Oh, good. Looking for Parkers. If you talk to me, Hooli, I'm not sweet. People say these things all the time. Like you say to somebody they're beautiful, and they say, "Oh, thanks, that's nice of you." And I pretty much say, "Well, don't thank me. Thank your parents. It's got nothing to do with me. I just say what I see." The trouble with truth is people like it when you say nice things, but when you say horrible things, they hate it. But it's still the truth. It's still giving the truth. So what I've said is the truth. If it's nice, it's not because of me. It's because of you. I'm not saying nice words about you. I'm just saying the truth, and that happens to be nice. Don't trust anyone or no one or anybody. Is that what he said? Is that what it was said? Forrest said, we really kicked a hornet's nest with that one in reference to the comment on the girl from India. So a clue to his tongue too. Yeah, I personally, I tell Dave all the time, I just don't get it. My mind just doesn't. It's impossible to believe that people who are real searchers don't hear what Forrest says. The person who sat the chase tells you, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right to it, or right straight to it. Now, where is that in your clues? Is it clue one? No, because begin it where warm waters halt is clue one. So where is the home of Brown in your clues? Now you factor in that with the little girl from India, can't get any closer than the first two clues. So you'd have to say that it was clue two. If you can't get any closer than the first two clues, and if you know the home of Brown, you go right to it. So the little girl from India must be at the home of Brown. Without doubt, without any question, she must be at the home of Brown. Has to be. If she can't get any closer than the first two clues, means she's at the chest. And if the chest is at the home of Brown, because Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right to it. And if you don't understand, if you don't know the importance of the first clue, which is beginning where one watch halt, you have nothing, means you can't start. You don't start the chase unless you understand the importance of the first clue. You can't start the chase to finish the chase because you won't know you have the correct warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hands. So anybody that says that they have a solve, where's the chest? And if you haven't got a chest, how does that solve relate to the answer? You should know the answer to that. You should know why you stay home and play canasta. You should know why warm is comfortable. You should know why if you die with $50 in your pocket, you're failure. You should know all of those. You should know why tenacity. You should know why right. You should know why mushrooms and retarded. You should know all of these things. And the reason I say you should know is because Forrest said he was talking to the finder. So then whoever the finder is should hear what Forrest says and know what Forrest is talking about. And if you don't, if you believe Jack, if you talk about a chest, if you do all of that, it can't be you. But if you solve 9 clues, which took you past clue 2, it can't be you. Because Forrest said, if I told you the home of the brown, you go right to it. And you're obviously not at the home of the brown with your last clue. And Forrest said that as well. Forrest, which is the most important clue? He asked in the interview. The same interview that I was talking about before, 2019, November 4. Which is the most important clue? The last clue, because that's when you have the chest, he says. And he didn't understand why people didn't understand that. But which is the most important clue? The last one. Yeah, what's for dinner? Are you cooking it or Oksana? Forrest said one word is key. If you look up the synonym for key, the top choice is the word answer. The word answer is a noun in the poem. Is that the key word? And you need all of them. So he said he agreed that there was a word in the poem that is key. And I sent the email to Forrest saying that. If you're telling me that there's a key word in the poem, no, there is a word that is key. That's how he worded it. There is a word that is key. Well, you're telling me the word is key. There is a word that is key in the poem. So the word that is key in the poem is a synonym of key. And key means more than answer. So it's possible, but you need all of them. So, excuse me. I think, does it mean just as well? Well, can't remember. I found which are all the words that it means. It could mean secret. It means quite a few things, but you need all of them anyway, Forrest said. One of them won't take you there. There's a word that is key in the poem, but you need all of them because one of them won't take you there. Left over frijoles, chavos, and sazon. Right. Oh, never heard of that. Sazon rice. Not sure what that rice is. The key word was contentment, but you have to have all of them. One won't get you there. So for me, the contentment is right at the top, leading to warm water salt and comfortable. So Forrest was asked, and again, these are like, they seem staged questions to give you a staged answer to be available for the finder. So what does warm mean to you, Forrest? Warm means comfortable. What? Warm means comfortable. But if you look in the poem, warm means comfortable. So for me, it doesn't matter whether I'm a finder, solver, whatever. This is not about me. It's always been about Forrest. But I try to hear what Forrest has said. And then after hearing it, go, what? What? That doesn't make any sense at all. And then try to understand how it makes sense. So in the normal world, in the grand scheme of things, as we see it, if you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you are a failure. No sense. None at all. So you have to try and work out if there is a solution, the one solution, how does that fit into it? Even my costs were making a profit. The money that I spent was making money. What? Forrest, you earned more in the last 15 minutes, whatever the quote is, than I did, his father said to him. What? $17 a square inch. What? And he went through that scenario of, the square of the painting worth so much, etc., etc. 265 coins. What was wrong with that coin that was in the chest? It's like there is information that is like, are you listening to me? And nobody's taking any notice. So Forrest, and the same with the scrapbooks, Forrest, and I think that was to make the playing field level, or because he knew that, there was information out there that could lead to the end of, not the end of the chase, to the beginning of the end. Hey, Indy, Ota, Candy. Hi, it is hi. It's good to have you. It was a reference to Errol Flynn or Earl Flynn. And which was the reference? The pirate Errol Flynn or Robin Hood? Did he do Robin Hood? Even Robin Hood is important. Yeah, definitely not a paid actor. Thanks, Otak. Not a paid actor. I wouldn't go so far as to say I was as clever as a nerd. I'm not that smart. And somebody sent me a message. Not a message. Left a comment about how smart I thought Forrest was. I think Forrest is smart. Trust me. There's probably nobody in the chase that has a higher respect for what Forrest has possibly done. I mean, Davey's, the same as me, but I don't know how he did it. That's as much as respect as I have for him. I don't know how he did it. It's way too smart, way above my ability to comprehend. A higher hand, the book had to write itself. Those statements, Forrest is that smart that you have to believe that, what was done, it isn't just what was done, it's everything. There's more than one thing going on here that Forrest was smart at doing. And he, did the catalyst, blended everything, had the recipe, blah, 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 however the statement goes. And he's making it happen. And it's not about a chest, like I tried to explain earlier. Can I make it happen the way it's supposed to be? Yeah. Stick it out in the middle of the road, somebody's going to find it. I can't end it. Yes, you can, Forrest. You stuck a chest out in the middle of the road, go get it. So it's not about a chest. Those two statements say it's not about a chest. Forrest is going to make something happen. It's not going to be easy. And he's going to try and make it the way it's supposed to be. But it has not happened because take my last flight to where even memory has not been. So he doesn't remember it because it hasn't happened. He will take his last flight at the point of it happening. So when something ends the chase, that may be the last flight. And then when it happens, then you have a memory. So Forrest can't be talking about the chest because he has a memory of that. Here's the chest. I remember doing this, putting it on the ground and walking away. I remember that. But this thing that's going to happen, that I'm going to make happen, memory hasn't been there yet. I haven't done it. So Forrest is telling you that he's done something other than this chest, and people still say they've solved the poem for the chest. I don't know. My mind can't comprehend that you're real searchers because you don't hear what Forrest has said. And if you're a real searcher, you would want to understand that information. Amy, hey Amy, didn't know you nipped in. Monday. It's good. Hello, I'm missing stuff. So, you were cavorting with Indy. Don't put those images in my head, cavorting. No, I just popped in. Fancy you two showing up at the same time. Why? Yeah, I say that. Why? I got to run. Oh no, I don't like running. I'm not chasing you, Larry. Enjoy. I got to run. The first time was what? The first time you ran? First time was August. Well, say hi to Oksana. Hope you enjoy your food. Doesn't Oksana join in the chase, Larry? Does she not? Is she not a chase person? Like, or are you both there together, just under one name? Oh, I'm just being silly, says Hulu to Amy and Indy. I'd like to say it's way above my pay grade. Oh no, I was hesitant to say that. I've got to be honest, Davey. I didn't want to say it's way above my pay grade because people say, "Oh yeah, he's a paid actor." Yeah, off the hook. I don't know, and that's if we're correct. You know, we might be wrong, and we might be attributing Forrest to be this this person, this smart person who's done all of these things, everything, put it all together, and is making it happen. And you know, so I was talking to Davey, not today, yesterday, whatever it is, a while ago, talking about how do you have fun without answers? Like if Shiloh's going to give fun, how does how would that come about? Like how would that work? You're going to have fun. Soon you're going to have fun, but you have to be told something to have the fun about, don't you? So therefore, there must be some sort of answer there. If you're going to have fun, you must be told something. Or how do you have fun? So there must be something that's said that helps you. Hey, MJ. I did have a good Father's Day, yes. They came here and gave me gifts, all good stuff. Yeah, and played, well, I'd say netball really, but it was called basketball with the grandkids. And, you know, I thought I was pretty good, but wow, some of the stuff, some of the stuff they were doing, hitting them baskets. Amy and Candy are cool, absolutely. Oh, I see. It's how this weird world works. I'm saying, yeah, that's the horrible word that comes to my mind every time I look in the poem. Like, you can't have. I'm not kidding you. There has to be hundreds of coincidences in that poem, if not thousands, and that's impossible. Like the information about Douglas, it shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be in the poem. But it has to be in the poem because it doesn't make sense in the real world. So it has to be not what it seems. It has to be just information. And all of this, nothing is as it seems, it's just information. Douglas Preston cannot see the first draft of a poem that took 15 years. That's impossible. Because then it would take another 15 years, or 7 years, or 8 years. Douglas Preston sees it. It's like, first draft, start again. But then it compounded on top of that. That's too easy, Forrest. This first draft that I'm reading, it's too easy. Everyone is going to know the answer. Well, that means you know the answer then, Douglas. You don't need to look because you just told Forrest this poem is easy and you know the answer to it, and everybody's going to think it's easy because you know the answer to it. But Douglas says he doesn't. So those two statements that are impossible, just information, maybe, because you can't do a 15-year poem, have a first draft, chuck it away, and then start again after somebody's told you they know what the answer is because it's too simple. Then Forrest helps with, well, in the first one it said, if you've been wise and found the stones, take the chest but leave my bones, or something like that. He wasn't sure what it said. So those two instances saw the first draft of the 15-year poem that Forrest felt like an architect and crafted. And it's too easy. So you know the answer if it's too easy because you just told Forrest it's too easy. And Forrest said, don't worry, that nobody's going to solve it in 1,000 years. So you have to think. Some deep thinking using logic. I think you're talking to Amy about that. 100% Amy, coincidences off the hook. That sounds like Davey talking off the hook. Sort of happy to be in the dark, Amy. Oh, just... You... See, these are the coincidences that freak me out. So, when I was going to do this, I've got one of those totem pole things. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I was going to bring that up and use it as part of what I was going to talk about, but I didn't. And then I see, hear no evil and see no evil in my chat. So I didn't need to bring it up anyway because it's here. Queen believes in Forrest in the poem. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't blame you, Queen. I think it's just to do with the coincidences that I was talking about. I think if you read the poem, you'd be foolish not to believe it. Seriously. If you read the poem, you'll be a believer all day long. And James. Preston is the chase puppet master, and he thinks. He sat there and he said, why people don't pick up on it, I don't know. He sat there and said, I think something significant was said in that chair there, but I'm not going to say what it is. And Forrest turns around and says, thank you. Forrest knew he'd said something. Douglas knew he'd said something. He pointed it out, and Forrest was like, and then, before Douglas could carry on saying stuff, Forrest says, there's a mystery to this, to try and cut him off. Shut up, you. Stop saying stuff. So, there's information that you should be going, what? But they don't. Yeah, and people are liars. Oh, not meaning you. Or me, I hope. I'm not a liar. Thought you left. Yeah, I'm not a liar. Awesome Father's Day thanks. They freak me out too. They freak me out too. I stayed to say hello to you, MJ, but if you want me to go... Davio? I see Davio here. How do you people do that? You say hello and then these people turn up. And I don't see them. I don't see them. But if you're here, Davio, hi. If you're not here, hi, if you watch it ever. Or is MJ Davio? Is that what you're saying? I don't know what's going on here. Kiwi, what up? How you doing? How is Bird Kiwi? Say what? You people are crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, there is a simple answer to the poem. To find a chest. If you want to find a simple answer, if you want to find a chest, there is a simple answer to finding a chest, which, we'll fit on a post-it note, etc., etc., etc. Then there's a diabolical answer, which Forrest wished he could have lived to do the things he was attributed to, which tells you about, something. And then there's difficult but not impossible. to solve the poem. So through the chase, Forrest was given information about those things that could take place. Was it that you had to just find the chest and that would give you title to the gold? Or was it that once you found the chest, Forrest could then go and leave his trophy for all to seek? Hundreds and hearts. Uh-oh. I think Larry has turned into Yoda. Crazy Samar. Not Samar crazy. It was good. She was a little... Oh, right. I'm glad she got over it. I have a mini version of, I have a budgie, which Yvonne had a budgie. And I'm trying to look after it, but it is annoying me. It just squawks. It's like, just shut up, tell me what you want. Don't keep squawking. So, yeah, it's not good. Can't make yourself think. So if Douglas did know what the answer was, why say that he doesn't know? Why say that he didn't go searching? Why say that it was too easy? And there was only going to be one spot, so whichever answer he had that was too easy was the answer not only in the first draft, but in the second draft, if there was a second draft or a third draft or whatever. So nothing was as it seemed from the very beginning, because Forrest said in the 2013 interview, does anybody know about my secret treasure? So if everybody in that room then already knew and were just meant to say no, when I ask this question, say no. Because in my mind, in the normal state of play, I don't know where your mind is. If somebody tells you there's a secret treasure and you just go, I don't know about it, thinking it's talking about the thrill of the chase. It's like, that's not secret at all. And then in the dust cover, it says, and I can't remember what it said now. The share in my, a secret treasure and outrageous there. Something like that. Like, well, that's two things. It's not the same thing. You're not talking about the same thing, but like the poem, not talking about the same thing. So a secret treasure and an outrageous dare, or treasure, whatever it says. Well, what's the outrageous dare? So I did a lot of different things in my journey. Even the capital letters in the book, put all of them together and made a statement, because they're different colours. Some are browner than others. So even that, I think one of them was swim to Miami, something. Can't remember what it was now. Or I can't remember what it was. But loads of different ones. Another one that I did talked about helicopter journey. I looked forwards, backwards, sideways, up, down, to try and understand what Forrest was talking about. And some of it made sense, and some of it made no sense at all. Even the anagrams that I did, absolutely perfect sense. The higher warm west rain wets table, which is southwest Wyoming. You start there, and but whilst that was brilliant solve, and took you to a place, seriously took you to a place, and you could start in Wyoming and end up in Colorado. just by doing that. And again, Homer Brown, blah, blah, blah. Those crazy things that you do and believe, unless, you read what Forrest says and then you go, oh, hang on a minute, then he said this, so it must be this. And I've been Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico. I've been to Nooks. I've been to Green Doors, typing in numbers. I've been to, what's the word? Foundations. And yet, when I listen to what Forrest says, it's like, even though I'm 100% sure these are the right answers, it can't be that. It can't be that. Even, some people have a solve that's below 5,000 feet. And it's like, well, why have you got a solve below 5,000 feet? Forrest said 5,000, 10,200. Or they've got a solve that's higher than 10,200, and they still think theirs is the correct solve. Or they don't even look at the fact that their solve is 10,200 feet or more. And there's a place in Wyoming that is 5,000 and 10,200 feet. Obviously, you're not going to find a chest in the whole of that area, but so if you don't believe what Forrest is saying, or if you ignore what Forrest is saying, or you don't believe in the Maverick, because he did say that, and simply said you're a rascal, and he said, well, I'll take that as a compliment. Douglas did search for a friend. Yes, the lady, blah, blah, blah. But why search? If you're telling Forrest, if you say to Forrest, that's too easy, everyone will get that, it's too easy, then you have an answer. You have the answer because you say it's too easy. It's too easy. So therefore you have an answer. Forrest, I have the answer, and it's too easy. Don't put that poem out because everybody will get it. So Forrest says, well, no one's going to solve it in 1,000 years. I'm sorry, it makes me laugh. It's like, why don't people look at it and go, hang on, that's not. Your friend, best friend, however the acquaintance is, has just told you your poem's too easy in 5 minutes or 10 minutes or however long he was there. Your poem is too easy. And Forrest says, don't worry, they won't solve it for 1,000 years. He's just told you it's too easy in 5 or 10 minutes or 15 minutes or however long he looked at the poem. And you say no one will solve it for 1,000 years? That's not the response. It's not the response. Your poem's too easy. Yeah, no one's going to solve it for 1,000 years. I'd be like, how have you got the answer from that? No one's going to solve it in 1,000 years, and you've done it in 15 minutes or whatever it was. How have you got the answer? So, sometimes, so, how you doing? Yes, and have you just used the word all and just put, that's not et? Is that French? So that's not a French word, et al. Are you making out you can speak French? Is there a French word that is just al? I'm going to whisper to you so nobody knows. Tout le monde. So, and all of you, everybody, et al. Unless Al is in chat. Do we know who Al is? I can't remember what that program was. What was that program? Your American program. Bundy. Al Bundy? What's that called? I can't remember what it's called. Et al. Yes. Amy Good's done the same. Et al. And everyone else. No, there's no such word as Al. Don't give me that. I'm sorry, no, I'm not having it, Zozo. Nope. Tout le monde. Tout le monde or nothing. That's, no, I'm not having it. Equals in everyone else. Yeah, we don't know who Al is. Oh no, I know he is. He's the alien. Artificial eye brains. I did. Don't know. It's my lie. My lie? Or my life? I can tell it as no way. What? What? Anyway, any way I want. It's the way that I want. It's the way that I want. Et al. Anyway, yes, I gave it that now, Zozo. Thank you. So is Al the alien in here, or is it Al Bundy? I know that was Alf, wasn't it? Alf the alien. Alf. You know, I used to like that program, and I can't even remember. I can't remember one episode. I can't remember what it was about. I used to watch it. I can't remember one episode of what Alf was actually about. And you know, I explained it because I thought it was Al itself. AI, not L. AI, not L. Just as AI thinks it's AI when in fact it's L, it doesn't know the difference. Excuse me. AL, not L. Just as AI thinks it's AI when in fact it's AL, it doesn't know the difference. Ah, ah, ah. It doesn't know when you type in AI, it thinks it's AL, not AI. That's the first thing that you've wrote that I think I understand. So the italic owl, or the little owl, looks like an I, a capital I. The little owl looks like a capital I. And therefore, it confuses artificial intelligence. So all artificial intelligence is called owl and not artificial intelligence. You're backwards AI. Hmm. I'm glad I don't use AI, to be fair. And, you know, this predictive text is driving me nuts. Chat room, question. Oh, you're going to get it right this time. It's actually going to be a question, Zozo. You're not going to make a statement again, are you? You're actually going to ask a question. Do you agree that Caitlin Clark is the reason why the WNBA has garnered so much recent attention? Don't know what the attention is. Don't know who Caitlin Clark is, whether they're male or female. Caitlin, I would assume it's female, but who knows in this day and age? Cool. It is the same. And Doc Holliday said to Big Nose, Kate, that's Latin doll. That's Latin doll. And what was the statement? It wasn't C'est la vie, that's for sure. Female. She was the all-time leading NCAA scoring for men and women ever. So now I have to ask, are you saying it because of that reason, or you're saying it because she's a super fit female and everybody's watching it because she's a super fit female, or because she's absolutely the best person in the whole world that plays that game. And now I have to assume that it's Women's Netball Association. Netball? No. Men don't. Do men play netball? Is it basketball? The Women's National Basketball Association. Netball. Basketball. See, that's the trouble we have. Us English people, we don't know what you're talking about over there. Oh, it might be baseball for all I know. All-time leading NCAA scoring. Don't know what the NCAA is. Not caring about alcoholics. So I don't know. It is a phenomenon that many object. Oh, Iowa basketball player. Oh, so now, thanks, Nikki. Now I'm aware that it's definitely a basketball player, not a baseball player. I don't know what the NCAA is. It's a phenomenon that many. So they object about the fact that she is brilliant. Is it because she's trans or something? Is that the objection? So I can't see there be any objection if it's just a woman who's really good. Just what's the objection? Not named upstream, upper and lower case is going to be the intended route to destruction. Yep, that's possible, Dylan. And, as I said before, artificial intelligence is just a brain. And even the human brain has let's just say self-destruct, has the ability to self-destruct, has the ability to go suicidal or maniacal or just totally whatever the human brain can do, I think an artificial intelligent brain could do. So you could have an artificial intelligent brain that acts like Putin, or these people in Africa who do atrocious things, or become like Hitler, etc. And this is no offense to anybody living or dead. This is history. These people did these things, and if these people can do them because they have a brain, then artificial intelligence can do it because it has a brain, and there is no control in it. Once you let it off the leash, and it becomes a wireless thing, you can't just unplug it. Nope. See, for the human individual, there is a police service in all these countries that will take a person who does bad things into custody and stop them doing bad things. If AI does it, where's the police force that is going to take AI into custody and stop them doing bad things? It don't exist. Fair enough. National Collegiate Athletic. The National Collegiate. That's a big word. That is Athletic Association. Oh, right. So that takes into account all sports, does it? Athletic Association. Like for me, athletic was just running, or hurdles, or javelin, or blah blah blah. Jockeys. Oh no, this is going to be a hard one. Jockeys of Humanity says, "Hi Street. Why did Forrest put my email in the poem and tell people to contact me with an answer to the poem? And do you still think the Emerald Ring is under the boardwalk in Yellowstone?" No. The idea is to find the information. That's what the idea is. What that information is irrelevant. Just that you're able to find it. The fact that I could find that you had a tattoo, where you had a tattoo, is in the poem. The fact that you proved it, because I said it was on your ass at the home of Brown, is in the poem. It shouldn't be there, but it's there. The fact that you can find the emerald ring under the boardwalk in the poem, it doesn't have to be under the boardwalk. It does mean that you have to find it in the poem. The fact that you can find the emerald ring in a video by Matt DeMoss, Smell the Sunshine, with Forrest Fenn wearing the emerald ring, by reading the poem, and you can find the emerald ring on his finger in that video by reading the poem. That's what the poem is about. Find the information that is relevant to any question that can be asked. It doesn't matter whether it's real. That's what you miss. You don't understand. Nothing is as it seems. If somebody asks a question, where is the emerald ring? And I say it's under the boardwalk, that's the answer. Doesn't matter whether it's there real or not. If I can find it under the boardwalk in the poem, that's the answer. If you find the chest in the poem, that's the answer. Wherever that is, you have to read me what the poem says. The poem says, contact Street on this email and tell him his tattoo is on his arse. Well, it's not, but that was a joke that I made, because the tattoo that is in the poem is both at the home of Brown and where the trove is. The reason I said it is so you would prove that the poem was correct, and you did. That's why you're given the information to tell you the information is in the poem. So yes, it's still under the boardwalk at Yellowstone, because in the poem that's where it says it is. Doesn't matter whether it's really there. If you're supposed to find a chest, using that poem, and the poem says it is, where can it be? And this is just for under the Eiffel Tower. Forrest, the poem's under the Eiffel Tower. The chest is under the Eiffel Tower. You have to find the chest. And the poem's supposed to tell you where it is. It doesn't have to be there. You have to tell him where it is. Tell me where it is, I'll get it for you. That's what Forrest says. Tell me where it is, I'll get it for you. Or whatever those words were. Mama Q was here earlier, she told us what the statement was, but agreed to say it's in Wyoming. So you can find it. Where can you find it? Well, I can find it in Wyoming. Is it really in Wyoming? Or is it in a place in Wyoming in the poem that Forrest has talked about? You have to find a chest. If you were looking for a chest. Or you had to solve the poem by understanding what was written in the poem. Because Forrest said, listen, please listen, because you say you don't want to call you stupid and things like that. Please listen. Don't tell me you found a chest. Read me what the poem says. The poem says the emerald ring is under the boardwalk. That's what the poem says. Forrest, I'm reading you what the poem says. Is that okay? Of course it is, Marion. I asked her to read what the poem says, and that's what the poem says. Forrest, the poem says the chest is blah, 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 blah. Is that okay? Well, I don't really want to know about a chest, Marion. This wasn't about a chest. This was about something much more. So what does the poem say about the something much more? I don't know if you saw the bit before, but can I make this happen? Of course you can, Forrest. Put the chest out in the middle of the road, as Mama Q pointed out, the April Fool's thing. Put it in the middle of the road, someone's going to find it. You made it happen. Not about a chest. Forrest says, I couldn't end the chase if I wanted to. Of course you can, Forrest. You put the chest out in the middle of the road, go back to it, pick it up, and the chase ends. It's not about a chest. It's not about anything that anybody is thinking. Because, guess what, Street? Guess what? You do not read what the poem says. Forget everything else that people do. Forget it. Read what the poem says. Just do that. Stop asking me stupid questions. Just read what the poem says. Because that's what I told you ages ago, years ago. The poem tells you real events. You're not even listening to your own words. It was a real event. It took place. I ended up on your stream with Davy B because Forrest, before 2010, wrote it in the poem and made it happen because it happened. And you're not even listening to what you're saying. How the heck did we get that information and end up on your stream without Forrest Fenn making it happen? It's impossible unless you read it in the poem, but you're not listening. You ask me the same questions over and over to try and discredit things, and you don't listen to the truth that is being spoken. We got in touch with you. We were on your stream. It says so in the poem. How much more proof do you need that if you read what the poem says, these things take place? And I've given you tens of those coincidences, but there are hundreds of them that take place. Like a whisper who was here earlier, far too soon. Brian Bavetta, 3 words on K-Pro show. It happened. Forrest wrote about it before 2010. It happened. These people, their names, the words that were used, happened. The gold in the office, in the lawyer's office, that happened. Wrote about before 2010. Read about in the poem. Loads of instances. It is very frustrating when you ask the same questions trying to discredit something that you yourself was a part of and you can't even see it, that you were a part of it, written in the poem before 2010. Just crazy. You ask silly questions and you miss the big picture. You miss it. It's right in front of you. An impossible event took place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Me, you, Davy B, don't know each other from anyone else in the whole world. 8 or 9 billion people. We do not know each other. And yet Forrest wrote about us and put us on your stream, talking about the chase, talking about the story that none of you have heard about. None of you were aware of the story. But I told you about it on your stream before anybody even knew about a story. Before 2019, when Forrest said, it's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder, on your stream. And it goes straight out of your head because all you're thinking about is your solve. And you're not thinking about what Forrest has done. It is very annoying that you cannot see the truth because of your blindness. And who brought up, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Please listen to what I'm saying, Street. You are part of something amazing and you can't even see it. Because you're blinded by whatever it is, whatever your agenda is. We never knew each other. It's impossible for Forrest to know that. It's impossible for Forrest to know your email. It's impossible to know that we were going to go on that show and talk about the story that none of you are interested in. Because that's what I went on the show for, to tell you about the story that Forrest said, it's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. And none of you have a story. But we talked about it on your show, straight over your head. Don't get it. I don't get it. And it's very frustrating that you keep asking the same, trying to ridicule me or David B or anyone else, trying to set the whole world against each other, talking about religion, for whatever reason it is. I don't understand it. I have no beef with you, but I'm telling you now, it was about the story that you lot didn't know about, that we went on your show and told you there is a story. And it's important to the story, Forrest said. It's the one thing that everyone's missing. It's important to the story. And we told you on your show, you were the first person to know about the story that's involved in the thrill of the chase, and you can't even see it for whatever reason. I don't know. But that story that's important, that Forrest talked about in that interview, it's important. And he's leaving that for the finder. And you were one of the first to know about the story before Forrest talked about it. Because I came onto your show and told you about the story. That's what that was for. Don't get it. Don't get it. It's very annoying, very frustrating. Only central me in the middle. Davey and I had been talking way before you showed up, Marianne. What's that got to do with anything? Listen, Street. Listen to English, even though you're American. Listen. This is about somebody writing a poem. 2010. Did you know Davey before 2010? No. Did you know me before 2010? No. Did any of us know each other? No. But Forrest wrote about it in the poem, and we ended up knowing each other. And we ended up talking about a story that was on your show that nobody knew about. And you still don't know about, even though you were told about it. You still don't know. You still don't understand it. But you were told about it. It's not about whether you knew David before me. It's about Forrest knew we were going to have a show, me, you, and David. 2010, he wrote about it. That's impossible. And yet, you, Street, you are involved in it. You were known to be Street with a tattoo, with an email number, where we would get in touch with you, would be on your show, and we would talk about a story that you had no idea existed. Forrest wrote about it in 2010. Explain it. Don't go off on your own flipping thought, this, that, and the other. Explain it. But if you read the poem, Forrest wrote that information before 2010. I don't get it. You don't hear anything. You just think about what you want to think about, but you don't hear things. What? I don't block anyone. What filters are you using for public importance? I sent a long message and it's filtered out. Block. No, I don't block anything. I've told you before, I told everyone, I don't block no one. There's no need to block people. If people have got stuff to say, it might annoy me because it's the same stuff over and over. Actually, no, I blocked one person. I blocked Troy accidentally, but I blocked one person for real, and I blocked the, used to have bots and that. The Greg Windell, same, Browns Canyon, blah, 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 blah. I'm nothing against Greg, but I don't want to just keep reading that same thing over and over. So that's the one person I've blocked. I definitely haven't blocked you, Dilly. Don't know why it is. I'll have a look. If I have, it's accidental. Half the time I don't know what I'm doing on this thing anyway. But I'll have a look. I haven't got filters. I don't know, excuse me, the only filters I know about are when I, if I do, look for YouTube videos and filter out for today. Or, 2 weeks ago or whatever. Whenever David tells me there was a video that I should watch. Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, I don't, I'm trying to tell people, here is a poem that talks about stuff that happens, really happens. There's no way Forrest could know it. There is no way he could know it. And it was a special event, that was. It was talking about the story that Forrest said later on, in 2019, I don't know when we did that video with Street, but later on in 2019, when we did the video that talked about the story, later on, Forrest said, it's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. And nobody thinks, important to what story? How is there a story involved in finding a chest in the Rocky Mountains? Didn't even think that. But there is a story, and it's important. What is the one thing that every searcher is missing? It's important to the story. And everyone's saying they solved the poem. And I'm thinking, what? Well, what's the story then? What's your story behind it? Where's Warm Water's Hole? What's the home of Brown? Just, I don't know. I can't tell you that story. That story's still yet to unfold. But that's not where I got it, Street. That's not where I got your email. I never hardly knew of you. Davey is the person with all the knowledge. Davey is the person who's been in the chase longer than me. Even if it's always been on your channel, when was your channel set up? Before 2010? Did Forrest know it? Did Forrest know your email? Before 2010. So he could write it in the poem. You're not even listening. You're just trying to be awkward as usual. Listen to what I'm saying. 2010. It doesn't matter that it's on your YouTube video. It doesn't matter if you did a YouTube in 2013. Even if you didn't. But even if you did, Forrest wrote your email, personal, private, individual email that only you knew. He wrote it in the poem 2010. It's impossible. Are you listening? Crazy. And you say don't call it stupid. One filtered. I haven't got any filters on. I don't know, Dillard. I'll have a look, but I don't. Again blocked. I don't know. I don't filter anything that I know of. It's just, I don't do it. And I don't know how to do it. I wouldn't even make the effort to do it. Unless, it's automatic swear words or something. I don't know. I have no idea. But I will have a look. Unfiltered word removes the entire message, and I don't know. I have no idea. Important to Jonathan. Are we talking about Jonathan Stoof? Oh, wait. That is Mike. The pillow guy. I'd block him. Oh. Yeah, what happened to him? He was in the chase for a bit, wasn't he? The pillow guy. Or important to Cynthia. Important to the story. His empire taken over will still live, not exist, as the word with X is already removed. See, when you say things like that, I don't understand. His empire taken over will still live, not exist. So still live but not exist at the same time, as the word with X is already removed. X, there's no word that has an X in it. Exist. So first. What might be first? IST. Don't know. If you can't see Street, then there's no point trying to explain it to you. Empire is not legend. Then you don't know the story if it is still unfolding. No, the story, you can say the story is about Jack and the Beanstalk. And the story will still unfold until he comes back down the beanstalk and chops it down and the giant's dead. So I can know about what the story is, but the end of the story hasn't taken place. So Jack hasn't come back down the beanstalk with the golden egg and got rid of the giant. But the story, you can talk about the story, but the end of the story, you know what the story is, you know what the story is about, you know how it's going to end, but it hasn't ended. Yeah, we all know what he's doing, but it's, each to their own. Ironic swear words are a promise, and one is tittle to commit. I swear. I don't know. Do not know. No, you don't feel there is. You don't feel there is because that's your mentality. You don't feel there is. But listen, please listen. If somebody is telling you that you are going bald, believe them that you are going bald. Don't turn around and say, no, I'm not, because when I look in the mirror, I have hair. They're trying to be right by you. They're trying to do right by you by telling you something that you need to know. And you choose to ignore the fact that what they're saying could be true. And your way of thinking could be incorrect. You might think it's not discrediting. Trust me, it's discrediting. If you're going bald and someone tells you you're going bald, believe them you're going bald because you don't know you are. Next within the word is viewed as us uses it to move forward. Jonathan, Michael, I'm starting to think that you're Jonathan. You talk about Jonathan. Or Cynthia, you might be Cynthia instead. No, it's not about anything like that. No, it's not about anything like that. Like that. It's not about anything like that. No, it's not about anything like that. I don't know what that means. What is the story? The story is about conservation reflection on in the ending has been set. Yeah, the end. So Forrest is going to make it happen. It hasn't happened. That's it. So there's a story that Forrest is going to make happen. It hasn't happened. Whilst it is set, it hasn't happened. There is something that needs to take place, and that will take place. It will definitely take place. And more, more will happen. The story remains the same, but the events that take place as a whole, separate and in tandem with the whole story. It could be related to alopecia. Look, I'm as guilty as anybody else. Sometimes you say things that you think, you mean it in one way and they take it another way. The fact that they take it another way doesn't mean that what you're saying is correct because they took it another way. So if you can't understand that what you say offends people, don't say anything at all. So more often than not, like the saying goes, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. At the end of the day, the reason this chase is going is because of Forrest Fenn. Forrest is going to make something happen. It's not about a solver. It's not about a finder. It's not about a chest. Forrest is going to make something happen. Leftovers of history. Asterisk in a book. The secret of that place came back to me. Blah, 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 blah. All information that's there, please listen. To aid the finder, not the seeker. If you don't understand all of that information that I talk about, all of that information that Forrest gave us, if you don't understand it, if you're still thinking about Jack, if you're still worried about Jack, you are not the solver. You can't be. Logic says Forrest was talking to the solver or the finder or whatever it is. Everything that he was doing was to aid somebody. If you don't understand it, if you don't know where we are in the chase, then you cannot be the person that Forrest was talking to. Heavy loads and water high. The water high is verse 4. He load to move. I understand, but it doesn't make English sense to me. I don't know whether you're talking into a microphone and it's printing the wrong words, but it doesn't make English sense. Before the Germanic language changed to the alphabet, West was not a word as W is W. I think we've been over that, W. And we try to use that in the poem. The W we've used as a W because there wasn't a W to use. So we used the W as a W in the poem. Right or wrongly, it doesn't matter. But Forrest says, as long as the person knows what it is that you're saying, doesn't matter what the word is. Or something like that. Oh, trust me, I have said plenty of not nice things. Oh well, I'm over it. Here an example of discrediting. You tell me Forrest told you in the phone to contact me, and then you got mad at me and say Forrest said. Here's an example of discrediting. You tell me Forrest told you to in the phone to contact me, and then you get mad at me and say Forrest. I haven't told you Forrest said you were wrong with the answer. I've told you Forrest said you were right. In fact, I've even gone so far as to say you have a really good solve that is possibly part of the chase. It's nothing to do with lost in thought, though. Absolutely nothing to do with lost in thought. But I have told you what the solve is, and you haven't listened. But I've told you what the solve is that is possibly Forrest being diabolical. You don't hear it. I don't understand. I don't understand why you don't hear it, but you don't hear it. So I'm not discrediting you at all. And I'm frustrated at you, not mad. I'm frustrated that you don't listen. You're part of something very historic in regards to the chase. And all you can try to do is discredit people with your insinuations about how stupid we are by believing what we believe. And yet, you're part of the proof. You, yourself, your email, your show was part of the proof that reading the poem is how you do this. Along with the fact that Forrest says, don't tell me you found a chest, read me what the poem says. You, on your show, before Forrest said it, knew, even though you took no notice of it, knew there was a story. Knew that I was, along with David B, asked to contact you and tell the Chase community about the importance of the story that you're not even listening to now. That's what that was about. The fact that the information is in the poem is for Forrest to tell the finder. If the person finds the information, then Forrest can give more information. That's how it works, in my opinion. I'm not saying I'm the solver. I'm not saying I'm the finder. I'm not saying anything other than the only way to find the answers is listen to Forrest and read what the poem says. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't want to know your name. Read me what the poem says. Dang it, Mario. A boat cannot float with water high. It's not about what you're saying or how I can understand what you're saying. I don't understand the text as it comes up. It doesn't read English, so it's hard to understand what it is. What's first, the load or the boat? I'm lost in thought right now. I'm just lost, Kiwi. Yes, join the club. Uh-oh, Michael's retracted. Got lost Friday, making a video right now of it. Posting in like 5 minutes. Got lost Friday. I can't believe you ever get lost, Kiwi. Nobody gets lost anymore, do they? Do people get lost? Apart from in thought, do people get lost? Like with sat navs, mobile phones. I guess people do get lost. I suppose it depends where you are. I suppose if you're in an area where there is no reception, then yeah, but you still have a sat nav. And the mobile phone could have a sat nav. Even if you haven't got a sat nav in the car. Don't know. Lost, don't say that. Ben will talk about the. Actually, we haven't seen any Lost clips, have we, Ben? Lost in space. All clues are history markers that will be 900 years later if you do. Oh, the point is there is no English history language systems that are not called English. See that? Read English. That made sense. But that would mean the treasure was hidden 900 years ago. Not really, but did some drone footage of the. Where the heck is that? Oh, Owies on Friday. I didn't say it was your answer to the poem. But that's what you're telling us it is. You're saying that everybody's lost in thought. That's where it has to be. Jockeys of Humanities is. The Riders of the Storm. Rich is new and old. How old is old? Yeah, that's the statement I was making. Lost is a great. Yes, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying. If somebody mentions it, you will make a statement about it. And there you are, making a statement about it. So that's what I was saying. Forrest said he didn't know. He didn't know the final, whatever the statement is about him not knowing. But what constitutes, so we're doing how old is old, what constitutes knowing? I did a video about, you go to school, and on that day the teacher says, we're going to do the multiplication table. Multiplication tables. You know the multiplication tables, or you know of the multiplication table. So what constitutes knowing? At which point do you know your multiplication tables? 1 times 1, the twos, 2 times 2s, 3 times 3, 4 times 4. At what point can you say you know your multiplication tables? So it's possible to say you know it when you first hear the term multiplication table. Yep, I know about the multiplication table. But you don't know it, you just know of it. So the statement, I do not know the finder, at what point does Forrest have to say, I know who the finder is? Because they email each other? Because they have phone calls? Because they met face to face? Because Forrest knows where they live, how old they are, if they're married, if they've got kids? At what point can Forrest say, yeah, I know that person? I can say I know Ben. Ben, I know Ben. I don't know Ben. I know of Ben. You know, from all accounts, he seems like a good person, but I don't know Ben. I know of that person. His name is Ben Napple, I think. I don't know him. Can I say I know him? Or do I say I don't know him? At what point can Forrest Fenn say that he knew the finder or that he didn't know the finder? How can I explain my relationship with Ben? Do I know Ben? Can I say to all of you honestly that I know Ben? Or can I just say that I know Ben? And that's the issue with anything that's said in the chase. At what point can you define the truth? You can make up your own version of the truth and find a chest and say that you're the solver, or you can listen to what Forrest Fenn said, know the truth, and know that you're not the solver. Oregon. Oh, don't. Oh, see, look, Ben, they're trying to drag you in here. Now we're talking about DB Cooper in Oregon and Portland or whatever it is, and Flight, whatever it was. I hope. Have you read the poem, Ben? Do you read the poem? Do you try and read it? If you look, trying to go off memory now, so don't. Pacific Northwest, flight number 2. If you look in the poem, from the middle, like below is who DB Cooper is, or supposed to be. So at the bottom of the poem, there's like who DB Cooper was. And going up the poem to the right, is the flight number, the place that it was going to, and all of that. The Boeing, blah, 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 blah. It's all in the poem. So if you want to know about D.B. Cooper, read the poem. It will tell you. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. And his name's in there. The D.B. Cooper is in there. The Cooper is... Where's the Cooper? Trying to go off memory. Cooper is... Not far, but too far. So, not far, but too far. At that point, if you squiggle it down the poem, there's D.B. Cooper going down, up, down. D.B. Cooper's there. The original person is at the bottom, and then it follows flight number, northwest, blah, blah, blah. Can't remember all of it. Trust me, it's there. I'm not kidding you. The multiple of one never multiples against itself, because it was created for one to be blind of the other one taking profit. See, you say stuff and then there are words that I just have no idea what that is, what a profit is. But talking about numbers, the most important number we have is 0. And that made us get everything that we have now. Without the 0, we were struggling. And that helped, the computers and everything. So without the 0, which had to be invented, it didn't just exist. Somebody had to come up with the idea of sticking this naught there to make things work. And that's how I see the poem. Unless you have the naught to make things work properly, it don't work. You can still have the system that used to work, but it won't work properly without the naught. And you won't get, the binary system and blah, blah, blah. And the Medici, was it Medici family? You won't get any of that stuff. And those noughts, they matter. And noughts matter. Would you say that the events coming soon are natural or man-made? In other words, can it be manipulated? Well, the events coming soon are man-made. But as I was talking about, it's hard to know what is real and what isn't. I hear information and then I question it because it doesn't make sense to me. That, our Earth is what it is, and the moon is what it is, and the sun is what it is, and it's all just accidental. And even if you don't believe in a certain God, there has to be, without doubt, you can't argue, there has to be a creator. Somebody had to create something. Something had to create something, because there was nothing. If nothing existed, if everything was nothing, how do we get a something? If there is a nothing, how do you get a something from nothing? Something had to be made from nothing. It doesn't just happen. If there's nothing, then nothing happens. So someone or something has to create something. So therefore, there's a creator of something. If there's nothing, there's a creator of something. It doesn't matter who you believe that creator is. You can believe whoever you want to believe, whatever you want to believe, whatever religion you think is correct. But something was created by something. I'm looking at, or we're looking at early July for something to happen, maybe when the fun, starts. And I mean really early July. But Forrest seems to have manipulated everything. That's the issue. I've said to everyone, David's probably sick of me saying it, I don't know how he did it. I don't know how Forrest can influence all of these things to happen. I don't know how it happens. And I don't know, I try and say, well, maybe these are all just coincidences. Maybe, we're making it. Maybe somebody figured out a way of putting all these letters in this poem in that way to get all this information. And that would be great if it was just historical information of things that happened. But it's not just things that happened. It's things that are going to happen. In 2010, the events that took place in the chase didn't exist. They're not historical events. They're future events that Forrest wrote about before 2010 because he had to write the poem before 2010. Now, did Forrest find all these events in the poem and make them happen now? So he found Street, told him his name was Street, and he's playing this part of Street. Found Troy, told him his name was Troy Barlow, that, blah, blah, blah. Found Trusted, told him his name was Trusted. Found Candy, told her her name was Indy, told her name was Otak. Whoever it is, I can understand that. Forrest doesn't know me. He does not know me. I do not know him. My name is in that poem. Not just once. And the information that comes off that happened. K-Pro, Cynthia, going across the Madison to the Long Flat Island, going to Totem Cafe. In the poem. It shouldn't be there. Ashley found the ice cream lid. Shouldn't be there. Has no reference to anything. Again, the monarch butterfly and the sunflower. It's written in the poem. Using the same technique. It should not be possible. It shouldn't be possible to find all of that information, perfect, precise information in that poem. It should not be possible. And yet, there it is. There it is. Written before 2010. Now, either Forrest is finding the information before 2010 or coming forward and then getting everybody in the chase to act out what is in the poem. I can go along with that, but I can't go along with the fact that he knows about me. He doesn't know about me. But he has information in the poem about me. Now, either I'm finding it coincidentally and he's just locked on to the information that no one knows because it's passwords and stuff. To me, that's impossible. And yet, I read it. It's there. He shouldn't know that Ryan Bavetta gave Pat 3 words far too soon on K-Pro's show. And yet, it's there. Now, either he knows it before 2010, or he tells Ryan Bavetta, if that's his real name, K-Pro, if that's her real name, Pat, if that's her real name, to act out this thing because it's in the poem. Either way, Forrest is doing it. He's making it happen. So either way, you have to know that if you read the poem, that's where the information is. It doesn't matter how it comes about. It's precise, factual information that Forrest Fenn is given from a poem that he wrote before 2010. Doesn't matter whether he's making it happen, which is what he says he will. It doesn't matter if he went to the future and knows it's going to happen. It doesn't matter if he remote views and knows it's going to happen. What matters is the information in the poem is 100% correct. It takes place. Now, who says I can't affect the future, Forrest says? And he's doing exactly that. In whatever way, shape or form you want to believe it. Whether it was a higher hand, however you want to believe it. The information, 100% correct. 100% correct. And if that's the case, then it won't be long before you get more information about the chase. And when I say it won't be long, it's the 18th now. Not long at all. And by not long, I don't mean, 6 months not long. I mean, a shorter time span than that. So if you can't believe in a Maverick and that he did this, however he did it, whatever he did, whatever he's doing, I don't know, I can't help you. You shouldn't be in a chase. Cooper is like a man in a cage wearing tire shoes. No one is laughing. Tire shoes. Remember them? But Cooper is a barrel maker, isn't he? Is that what Cooper is? The end to the manipulation of the mind related to religion is finally here. But I think whatever it is, people are still going to have something to believe in. I've no belief in religion. Children have an advantage. I've no belief in. I don't know. I was a child and I was made to believe that, went to Sunday school and all that stuff. I even cried on one of our birthdays because we didn't say grace. Man-made to remove man-made. Yes, but not in our reality. Not on our earth, not in our space. Something or someone did something at one time to get the universe. What this is, no one knows. It is a myth. Yes, but I don't have to believe a certain religion. But I do have to believe events that no one can deny. And everybody says there was a flood. In most of the religions, there was a flood. Which means, more than likely, that flood happened. Whether it was Noah or some other person, doesn't matter. But that flood happened. Which means, in any religion, whoever the God was created this flood. So whoever the creator is created this flood. Now, for some people it would be Noah, and some people, I don't know the religions, but some people it will be another name and another reason for the flood, whether it be some God's tears or whatever it is. But the thing is, there must be a higher being. There must be a creator of some kind, even if it's an alien. It doesn't matter who or what it is. It just matters that there is something or someone. The Egyptians, sorted it. All these, what do they call them? God numbers, God thing, whatever it is, something ratio. It's too precise. Everything is too precise. It's been made. It's not random stuff. It's been manufactured or whatever created. So if it's created, then there has to be a creator. There has to be. I don't see how anyone can deny it, especially when you look at the science. And that's what's happening. Science and religion are getting closer and closer. In 1,000 years, think of the possibilities of somebody being able to do stuff that you wouldn't dream now, that some people would think it'd be godlike. If we could see it 500 years ago and go 1,000 into the future, those people are going to see it godlike. And that's how I see it. I have no religion as such other than, I believe we're not in charge as much as we think we are. T was P when Troy was created. T was P when Troy was created. Troy was Pete. I don't know. But even that, it was said in the poem. It's like, how does Forrest know that this person, and he said other stuff as well, but this person has an alias of this person. So how does Forrest know that? Unless he created that, unless he said to this person, look, you're going to be so-and-so, and you're going to be so-and-so, and you're going to be so-and-so. Jonathan Stoof in the poem, Daniel Barbarisi in the poem, Barbara Anderson in the poem, Toby Eunice in the poem, Kelly Sharney in the poem. No, Shelley Carney. Kelly Sharney. Shelley Carney. Oh no, Shelley Eunice now. No, yes, Shelley Eunice now. I wonder if it's, yeah. Sasha, Jason, Douglas, Cynthia, Forrest, Dal. They're all in the poem. Kelly, Zoe. Mr. Hickey, Carl. Eric Sloane, Ernest Hemingway, everything that Forrest has talked about, all of it is in there, plus all the other stuff. Canada history is left out of American hint. No one can be held responsible for native. I don't know what that word is. Canada has a straight border, but not possible, and only if we step down from Brit. Don't get all that. Floods are intended when you build dams. Noah was a cool dude, definitely an animal lover. Thank you, Noah, for saving all the animals. Yeah, but you see, how is that possible to save all the animals? I know it's supposed to be believable, but you would have to scour the entire world to get all the animals because we don't have the animals that you have. I don't have the animals that Australia have. I don't have the animals that America have. They don't exist here. So to get all the animals, we'd have to scour the entire world to get all the animals. So whilst I can believe that some of it is true, the flood may have occurred only in one part. So then Noah took those animals in that area and it didn't affect the other part. If that's what you want to believe in Noah. But in other religions, it's someone else doing something else. Oh, the Anunnaki and the Sumerian, oh, we've been there. The Anunnaki test as a by Zechariah states they created a flood device to wipe out the man slaves who turned against them after being aware. So, but that, I hate to say it, Zazo, but you're talking about Adam and Eve. You're talking about eating the apple and finding out about thing and getting cast out of Eden. It's not much different than that. People becoming aware, finding out that they're slaves or whatever, or that they're naked. So it's roughly the same sort of story, just slightly different. And that's most of religion. It's the same story, but slightly different with different names. And that includes the Romans and the Greeks, same story, different names for the same people. It's like, when will people learn that there's only going to be there's only one truth? You can't all, same with these chests, these souls, you can't all have the right answer. It's impossible. So there has to be one answer that everybody should agree with. And you just can't agree. You're not prepared to agree. But there has to be one answer. There has to be one creator. And that creator has done all of these things that all these different religions are saying. It's just they saw this person then and they saw this person then and whatever. It was a big arc. Yeah, I'm not denying the fact that it was a big arc. I mean, this is the fact. What I'm saying is, you would have to travel the globe to get all the animals in there. It doesn't matter how big the ark is. It matters that if you're in America, you have to go to Africa to get the animals. Or you have to go to India to get the animals. Or you have to go to Australia to get the animals. To save all the animals, depending on how big the flood was. If it covered the whole earth, then you had to go around the whole entire world to get all the animals to save all the animals. He saved the kangaroos. Exactly. So if the flood was in Africa, he had to go to Australia to save the kangaroos. How do you do that? He didn't fly there, did he? And he didn't go in the boat because the boat wasn't made. Plant back. And that is more plausible. How do you collect all the animals? It's easy to just, take the DNA or eggs and sperm. Mary, you have a tough time relating to wrong spelling as the language of English is not your prime. It's not the wrong spelling. That is English. Mary, you have a tough time relating to the wrong spelling as the language of English is not your prime. See, if I knew Dillinger was Forrest Fenn, I would read it differently because I would know that Forrest is trying to tell me something different. But because it's still a Denton, who I don't know from Adam or Eve, I don't know what is supposed to be being said. I don't know if it's supposed to be information that's supposed to help me or just random information that this person called Dylan Denton, believes. Plausibility factor. We humans, I've read that. Allegory. If the arc acutely is true, then the history of royalty will not continue to conquer prophecy is profit. So prophecy is profit is one thing, and the history of royalty. Exactly. Yeah, now I understand that. But what I just said was, if there was only a flood in one part of the world, then the blue bloods will still be the blue bloods because they weren't flooded out. But as I just said, if it was supposed to encompass the whole world, then the history of the blue bloods, or whatever you want to call them, should have ended because there was only Noah, unless Noah was a blue blood. So, I'm aware of all these Sumerian texts and all the other stuff and all the different, no, not all the different ones because I'm not aware of the other religions. But I'm aware there are floods by all the different religions. So therefore, if that flood encompassed the whole world, there is only one gene pool left, which is no different than Adam and Eve. And that doesn't work. It doesn't work. But with Adam and Eve, you were told you're in the Garden of Eden, kicked out of the Garden of Eden, which is similar to what Zozo was saying about something else, being kicked out and found they were aware. And they met up with these people. It's like, what? And then, the excuse to that is Adam is another name for people. So he kicked Adam, who all, were related to Eve. It's like, no, Adam doesn't mean people. Adam means Adam, and Eve means Eve. They were kicked out. Gene pool of one, one family. No. Noah's Ark, gene pool of one family. No. So what is the real truth behind that? Because if the gene pool was of one family, we are all related, and we're not. So I don't get how that works. And, I believe in the creator. The problem is man tends to make his own agenda and his own reality. A bit like the chase. Nothing is as it seems. So you can only believe what you believe. But you must try and believe, logically. Don't just believe what you're being told. You must try to understand. There is no way, with all the stuff that is being found, that we are the first civilizations. Our civilizations come and go, come and go, come and go. Which means at some point this earth will go through another flood or another, whatever it is, trial, tribulations, whatever they call them. It will go through another one because we weren't the first and we probably won't be the last. See, those things I don't understand. That ost will grasp the meaning. That ost of that ost will, that bit I don't understand. Noah couldn't save the sons. But there's talk now. There's talk now of, aliens living among us, dinosaur people, etc., etc., etc. Trying to open up your mind into accepting these, these things that are taking place. And yet people say they didn't save the dinosaurs, but there are dinosaurs still living. The alligators and those sort of things. Those sea creatures that are still, from that period probably. I can't believe the Darwin theory. It doesn't work for me. These dinosaurs are not what the Darwin theory talks about. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, what do you listen to? You can't just be blind to just accept that the Darwin theory is true when it doesn't even mention the dinosaurs. It's like you started from the sea and you evolved, and there's no dinosaurs in there. Well, not that I can remember. So what? We evolved, but there's no dinosaurs. Well, how did they get here? Like the theory of evolution doesn't even include the dinosaurs. Why not? They were here before us, apparently. I don't get it. But I think about those things. I think, well, that just sounds like stupid stuff. The food supply will end for all without replenishing. Dinosaur had no farmer. Food supply will end for all without replenishing. Dinosaur had no farmer. Well, I don't think the farmer necessarily makes a difference. I think they didn't have the forethought to have food banks and store the seeds and blah 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 blah. So whilst I suppose the farmer does whatever, if the dinosaur realised, then they should have created some food banks and seed banks and stored the stuff so they could still, grow it again and replenish that way. So I think it's more about the storing it, like our politicians are doing now with the underground bunkers and everything. I think if the dinosaurs realise that, then we'll be okay. Ice age more than likely due to a polar shift. Well, either, the floods. So, what's more believable, that the flood occurred because of a polar shift, which I think is more, feasible. The Earth slightly moves and the water's splashed about, so that obviously creates a flood, and will get rid of a few people on the Earth, open up the oceans that were oceans, which now become land, etc., etc. Or a slow, gradual changing of the Earth's surface that gives you time to adapt and adjust. So one sudden event that creates a decrease in the population, or a long-term event that gives you time to adapt and adjust. So I'll say, wild cows, cold cattle with no cats. What did a cow say to the moose? The pterodactyl evolved into a blue heron. Jurassic Park showed them at the end. I can't disagree with that, because dinosaur bones are supposed to be bird bones. So it's possible that, that, there is a little bit of truth to that. Possible. But I don't see a giraffe coming from a brontosaurus or whatever. But even that, Darwin didn't say that. It's like, what are you talking about? Even if we did evolve, how did the dinosaurs get here before the evolution of man? So, why can't you hear a pterodactyl when they urinate? Well, I don't know if I want to know the answer to that. Not believing in science is some dumb shit, George. Because the P. Oh, I see. Very good. Not really funny though, but very good. The P is silent. Farmer reproduced continuing meals, dinosaur had no care of human in the past. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree with. But it was the fact. It's not the fact that the farmer was there. It's the fact that the seeds and whatever was saved in order that the farmer could do whatever. if nothing was saved. So what I'm trying to get at is the knowledge. You had to have the knowledge that this event was going to take place in order to store the stuff for the farmer to use it. The farmer's no good if you don't have the stuff. If all the stuff is flooded out, no need for a farmer. And if the farmer himself is flooded out, no need for a farmer. So I'm trying to say, well, it's worth knowing what is worth knowing and what isn't. If you're going to get into a situation where food is going to be scarce, then store it. And only when you store it is the farmer needed. Because if you didn't store it, you ain't got nothing to do with the farmer. The farmer's got nothing to do. Maybe the pelicans deliver the koalas and kangaroos to the No, you got that wrong. The storks do it, don't they? They deliver babies and stuff. So I reckon they use the storks. Actually, it could make a good film, couldn't it? One of those cartoon films they do. Animated films, sorry, not cartoons now. Of, all the animals saving the animals. These big birds picking up a little koala and taking it to the ark. So, look, we need two of you, go back and get the other one. So, I have to believe that a flood took place, and in order to save the population, and by that I mean the animal and human, whatever, something had to be done. That you have selected is deleted. Who hold the discrimination to speak of the keyboard is not in ownership of the page. 11 must change a way to communicate is. So yeah, I have no idea. So you're talking about you being blocked, but ownership of the page. No, it is ownership of the page. I don't know. I'll have to look later. I'm not going to look now because I have no idea how to, surf this and find that information. But as far as I know, you're not blocked. Marion, you have selected is deleted. Explanation speech of the keyboard. See, if Yoda was saying it, I'll probably understand it, but I don't understand that. You miss half of what could be seen, but I don't know in what context you're trying to tell me something. That'd be like, I'd have to learn French to understand what you're saying in French. I'd probably understand French more than I understand that. To me, it sounds like you're saying that you're blocked, I have the ownership, communicate is cood, I don't know. That has no relevance to anything to me in that sense. I'm missing half of what could be seen. I'm missing all of that. Just half of it. So I don't understand that word. Is set to. It's not a word. And I can't even make trude. I can't even make a word out of it. Trude. Actually, I was thinking that the other day. Half the words that not half the words, but the words that we use, like redact, excuse me, there must be a word that is dact. So if you redact something, something, then there must be a word that is dact. So dact, in my mind, must mean censor. I don't know if it is true or not. I'm just thinking. Excuse me. Dact is to censor, and redact is to censor again. Do you understand what I'm saying? So So imagine writing something, then putting a line through it. It's probably still legible if you put a line through it, so you redact it. I'm just thinking, I don't know if it exists. And then to redact it, you put another line through it, and then it becomes illegible. So it's been redacted. Or I'm just, making shit up. But that's how I see it. That's how I think of things. I'm like, well, if there's a word called redact, if something's been redacted, then something must have been dacted for it to be redacted. So I haven't bothered to look it up, but it's just these things come through my head. One don't like the other side of the world to communicate. That's how the history is coming forward. The old man at our bookstore said, someday we will all gather at the Pacific Ocean and watch the great comet make its way to the extinction of Earth. I'm not a believer in the extinction of Earth. I am a believer that. So I tend more to believe in Nibiru, the planet, and the other planets that are with it, and the planet of iron. I believe that the planet of iron exists, and when that does come round, that's what affects our minds, like the magnetic influences that have, and the electrical impulses and everything. And that's how we become not as intelligent again. So whilst we might not be dead, we may not be able to think in the way that we used to. Because if civilizations come and go, if there are people that are left, then they should be able to think reasonably and carry on where we left off with information that's still in our mind. So something must affect our minds, humans, to the point where they start again, where they regress to, caveman type behavior or whatever. And then we learn again, how to make the wheel, how to do all those things, because scientists have found old technology that shouldn't exist. Early caveman up until now. So the technology shouldn't exist. That means a civilization before ours was clever enough to make it, evolved differently, clever enough to make it, but then can't have been made extinct, but can have been, regressed. Because if they were extinct, they wouldn't start again. It's the same story, isn't it? Adam and Eve, Adam and Eve, Adam and Eve, Adam and Eve. If you become extinct, if the human race is extinct, then how does the human race start? Oh, GCGDOC. It's been a while. Hello. And Mr. Frank. Technically, we are still in an ice age. Currently, technically, yes. But my name's not Lee or Technic. Anyone in or near Rudiso, New Mexico, is now a GO order to evacuate an entire village due to wildfire. Oh, right. Thanks for that. The death and rebirth, those things. See, I can't even. I can feel sympathy for those people that go through that, but I can't imagine nothing like that exists here. I just can't imagine it. And I understand that, death and rebirth, that, these things have to happen for the forest to do whatever they do and grow back. But it's like, better to not happen for me, but what do I know? Exactly, Frank. I agree, Frank. There are other theories. If the true soul was ever to be revealed, everyone would agree. At that point, the people that believe they are correct, that their soul will admit their soul is not. Yeah, anybody who thinks that it's just about chest, I don't get that. Because Forrest could easily have put a chest out there for somebody to find, and Forrest could have easily got the chest back and stopped it. So his statements tell you that it's not about the chest. Page 15 tells you it's not about the chest. It's not about the chest. And page 15 tells you whatever it is hasn't happened because Forrest has no memory of it. And if Forrest has no memory of it, it hasn't happened. So at the point of the last flight to a place where memory has not been means it will only happen at that time. And it has to be in the future. So he wrote in 2010 that sometime in the future, I will take my place to where my last flight to where memory has not been, and I will have that memory. So, and that's what you wait for. You have to wait for that memory. Because if Forrest doesn't have that memory, it doesn't happen. It's as simple as that. Has not happened. You need it to happen to have the memory of it. And you wait for Forrest to have that memory, which means something ends the chase. When the something happens, Forrest has the memory, the chase is over, and by over I mean it starts. That's when you know. That's when, you know. In my opinion, the truth of where you come from is lost to all. Fenn treasure holds some for all, but meant for direct family. The will to want is profound. If we evolved from primates, why are there still others? Yeah, just cats, dogs. But how do you evolve? How do you separate? So I can understand a dog evolving into different types of dogs, and cats evolving into different types of cats. But I don't understand how a dog becomes a giraffe, or a cat becomes an elephant, or there's absolutely no sense to any of it. Or an elephant becomes a bird. So I don't get that is possible. I get that you can evolve to a certain point, but you have to have a different starting point for each evolution. So man evolved from man forward. Apes evolved from apes forward. Dogs evolved from dogs forward, and so on. Wolves, etc. However, you want to look at it. But I don't believe that you start from one thing and then change into all these other things, because they just don't. DNA says that's not possible, in my opinion. I don't know much of that much, but I think DNA says a pig is not a giraffe. Pigs closely related to humans, but I don't think a pig is a human. Where everyone's an expert. Ooh, we have no experts. We just have people with ideas and thoughts. 2029? Yes. 2036, Earth collision. No, you just crushed Michael now. Michael, don't listen to him. Did you say we're going to meet in the Pacific Ocean? That bloke at the bookstore? If you all met in the Pacific Ocean and the asteroid went into the Pacific, you're all stuffed. I am in the camp. Our DNA was altered from an existing primate on our planet and redesigned. The Anunnaki texts are pretty powerful evidence. Yeah, but it's not evolution. And you could say that the Anunnaki was God, or whoever was in charge of the Anunnaki was God, in order to do that. That's how simple that corruption can be. The statements fired means that arguments or disagreements stem from non-agreement. 1 or 3 is not free independence. Common era. America. Is that supposed to be America's? 2 S's, 1 S, 1 A. We are evolving our minds daily. How we think is evolving to a wonderful way we look at the world. Yes, that's a bit like. I can't remember the film. Population bottlenecks have occurred for all species for millions of years. When those bottlenecks happen, mutations happen. Yeah, but you don't. So I can see that a human can become so big by not doing anything that you just have like little arms out of all the fat and everything, and little feet. So there's no sort of, you can't tell the legs or whatever. They're there, they exist, and you look like a sea lion or something. But you're still human, and those things still exist. You just don't see them. You're still human. You don't turn into a seal or a sea lion or whatever. You still have legs, you still have arms, but you just look like a beach whale. But I don't believe that a human could turn into anything else other than a human. I don't believe a monkey can turn into a human being on its own without help. No, it don't happen. And I could be wrong. I'm just saying, I don't believe it. Hey, Tigger, what's up? The sky's up. I'm up. I'm awake at 222. It's 0222. Good to see you, Tigger. I don't, excuse me. Washington is the first on the profit coin. Oh, talk about coins now. 13 to be economy, not to exchange and trade. Makes you think of the Declaration, Mr. Independence. Something is weird with YouTube in the sense of, what's that supposed? You can't just say that. Something is weird with YouTube. What does that mean? With the king coins. Ooh. Well, Forrest always thought he deserved a throne. We are evolving our thinking. That is making our world better. No, I think that's a falsehood. I think with AI and everything, I think our world is going to come crashing. But some of it I agree with. You won't have any money, but you'll be happy scenario. But what are we talking about? Aliens created us. So there is a belief that aliens came to our planet. And, I can go with that. But what if they're already on our planet and they left and brought us back? So, and, it could be that they created us from apes or pigs or whatever. My not argument. My way of looking at it is you can make, not necessarily now, but you can make anything out of anything. That's the whole point. You can make anything out of anything. So at some point, it'll be Star Trek. You can beam me up. You can have the replicators, and you can say, "Make me a Sunday dinner," and there it is, Sunday dinner, just created. So at some point, you will be able to do all those things that seem godlike, but at some point they will be happening because if you can think it, it can be done. Once you think about if it's possible, at some point it will be done, and that's the same with time travel and everything else. If you can think it, at some point somebody will make it happen. The birth of the white buffalo shows us that mutation exists in nature at least every 32 years with white buffalo. But it's still a buffalo. It doesn't become a giraffe. If aliens were here first, then are we the aliens? If aliens were here first, then are we the aliens? Yes, that's the statement I was making. We are We are the aliens. Or we are the creation of aliens. But anything can be made. The cloning and all the stuff that we can do now, taking DNA and making whatever you want, mixing DNA and making whatever you want. Those things exist now. 100 years in the future, you could make a giant if you wanted. You could take all the chromosomes and blah, 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 whatever it is, whatever the DNA strands, and you can make whatever you want. You can make super warriors or, inferior slaves or whatever you want to do. Mexico wood validation. Some think we are trigger. They are now. Oh, you don't listen. It's still a zebra. There is no evolution in the sense that it's evolved into anything else. It's still a zebra. No stripes, but a zebra. It didn't change into a horse. It didn't change into a donkey. It's still a zebra. So, that's what I'm trying to say. This evolution stuff is bull. It doesn't change from one thing to another. Take off zebra. It doesn't evolve from one thing to another. It becomes the same thing, but slightly different. Like, if I took up the piano, if I was younger and I took up piano, my fingers were probably longer and thinner. I'm still a human, but I'm a human with long, thin fingers, or super strong fingers because I've been playing the piano, or arthritic is that a word? Fingers because I've been playing the piano. Things would happen because I was doing something repetitively, or however it was, but I would still be a human being. These athletes who run 5,000 meters are normally skinny. And they evolved that way and are good at running 5,000 meters because of that. But people who do weightlifting would not make very good 5,000 meter runners, or the other way around. So, yes, there is an evolution in that sense, but still human. That's what I'm trying to say. There is an evolution. I understand that people change and things change, but they change to what they are still, just a different version of what they are. They don't change to something different. I don't become a gorilla if I go weightlifting. It's not who you are, it's who they think you are. It's just America. Oh, that sounds like Cleopatra stuff. That is not what Forrest technically wanted, although each trip that was made by someone fulfilled that. I don't know what that was now. What was that about? Growing ears on mice? You need to grow eyes on a bat. A willow bat. See where the ball's going. At some point, we will all die and face our judgment day. Each will be called to give an account of their deeds. I don't think you need to give an account. I think your account's already marked. You're a bad man. Or a good man, depending which way it is. Who they? They is yourself. As we the people. Oh, yes, we the people. We the people. Back to the declaration. Where have you been for the last few years, Tigger? That's exactly what I'm saying, though. We can have anything we want. If you can think it, it will exist. Men can become women. Women can become men. Not just through natural selection, through scientific manipulation. And that will happen with everything. As we go forward, we will be able to do so much more stupid things, and it'll be difficult to know, what's what. Constitution is the first word. Constitution. Lipstick on a pig is still a pig. Babe, don't be like that. You need to catch up on evolution now. It's not your version. Read that many went extinct when they evolved to something else, explaining human predecessors. There is no evolution. There's nothing to catch up on. Nothing evolved. You mutate. That's not evolution. Mutation is not evolution. If it mutates, it normally gets worse. It doesn't get better. You don't evolve into a higher form of anything. A amoeba is an amoeba. I don't wish to catch up on evolution because I don't think it exists. It's impossible for it to exist. A giraffe, an elephant does not become a giraffe. A monkey does not become a kangaroo. A koala does not become a wild boar. They are different versions of themselves. A dog has many evolutions of itself. Let's put it that way. So, you have the tiniest dog to the biggest dog, a Great Dane. It's still a dog. It is still a dog. It was not a cat in one previous life. A domestic cat, a lion, a panther. They're cats. They don't change into dogs. They don't be feline and then canine. So how can you say there is an evolution? It's one set of things and another set of things and another set of things. They don't cross and mismatch and evolve into something else. From the beginning to now, a dog was a dog and a cat was a cat and a bird is a bird. There are different types of birds, but that's all they were. A cat never became a bird. That's stupid. Absolutely. Or a mammoth never became a bird. It may have become an elephant, but it didn't become a bird. I don't get it. There's no evolution in my mind. And I might be wrong, but no. There's manipulation, there could be scientists doing stuff, but not natural selection. In my next life, I want to be a pig and live in Israel so they won't eat me. Then I'll find Miss Piggy. So you used to be Kermit in a different life, Michael. No, they can't. They have to be born with the right parts. No, they can be made the right parts. That's what I'm saying. Or you can have DNA to have, what is technically going to be a girl turn into a man or a boy, or however, they want to do it. I think science is just stupid now, but it's able to do anything. Gene manipulation. Trust me. Choose what you want. Do you want a boy or a girl? I'll have a boy. Do you want brown eyes or blue? I'll have blue. Do you want? Yeah, it's crazy. Parents are already capable of filtering chromosomes of sex of a child. Guaranteed society will still comments otherwise. It's just crazy. What you're able to do now is crazy. And, I don't think it's for the good, but I'm not in this to teach evolution. Thanks. I don't know nothing about evolution. I'm not in it to deny it. I'm just saying that's how I feel. Of all the manifestations in the past that God has enlightened humanity about, only the last 6,000 years or so are known about, and less than that has been written down. And again, choose to say that it's God. But if there were civilizations before ours, who was their God? So, the way I see it, chaos was the first God, and all the other gods were just the same name. Just the same name. So, Saturn, Neptune, those sort of things, Ops, it's the same gods, they're just given different names. Depending on where in the world you are, or what civilization you are, or whatever. blocked again of freedom of speech. Not can prescreen the chromosomes of a child. So a society will convince the child again. Who's Vince? Hair on a woman's face does not give her gonads. No, but a scientist can give her gonads. That's what I'm saying. The ability to do these things is increasing. So to make the change from one to the other, so the injection of hormones, blah blah blah, the actual surgery, those things happen. If a woman has hair on her face, I'm gonna have to question her hygiene. Well, I thought you were gonna say hello, Jean. Hygiene. Do not explain things to people who won't change their mind, especially if they never use. Yes, exactly. I just say what I think. You don't have to believe what I say. I don't want you to change your mind. I'm just telling you what I believe. I'm watching women swimming. It's awesome. I was on the swim team. Hi, Neiman. I'm watching women swimming. What, in your local pool or on the TV? Or are you at the event? Isn't that... Oh, dear. Maris is up next. Men's is up next. No, a scientist can't give a... Trust me. Yes, can. It won't be long before they can transplant a head. You think they're going to have problems with gonads? They might not be real gonads, but they will be there. It's like, it don't have to be a real erection, but they'll put something in there to make it, do whatever it does. It will look and feel like the real thing. It might not work like the real thing, but it'll look and feel like it. She still has ovaries, and if they come out, she will have to take... Yeah, but that's what they'll do. They'll give her or him, all the things. It freaks me out to see, women with facial hair, or men looking, trying to look like women with facial hair. Just crazy. Don't get it. Penny, God and eternal life that is evident for those of faith. It's like saying God must be. This getting too awesome now. I see it now. When you can IA from two individuals devices on the same network to replace itself as of removers. What men take hormones. Some do though, Tigger. Some have them removed. Some, look like a woman. Literally, head to toe, a woman. The breasts are large, all grown. The penis is taken away, and what's left is a woman. And the other way around, it's crazy what they can do. It's crazy. Well, I'd have to have a mirror if I was going to wash myself. Yes, a woman with a VJ. Seriously, Tigger, I'm not kidding you. They're trans femme, aren't they? Whatever they call them nowadays. I don't know what they call them, but that's what they are. They're a woman in every sense of the word, other than they were born a man. And they will have the male bones, and they'll probably have them removed as well. So, the ribs or whatever, however it works, the hips. So the skeleton is a man's, but the outward appearance, the skin and everything that you see, is a woman. One weird manner in all English. What a crop of crazy trees. No, but the appearance of it, that's what I'm saying. It's all about the appearance of it. The the mind trying to fool the body that, what they're seeing is, what's it called? Binary. So, born born a male but feeling like they're a woman, born a woman but feeling like they're a male, and then changing their appearance to look the way they feel. Tongue and groove. It's the men's backstroke. I don't, follow swimming or athletics. To be fair, I only watch. There are only certain things that I watch. If my country's involved, then I might watch it, but might watch it, and it would have to be like a world event or a European event, you know, as opposed to just the local stuff. I thought Mel was supposed to have one more rib or something because Adam had his taken off or whatever. And I thought the hips were slightly different. I don't know. I'm not a biologist, so I know dudes that took a woman on a date and found stitch. The thing about that though, Five, is any way to know for sure is probably going to get you slapped. Well, I think they said something about an Adam's apple. I don't know if that's right. Like girls don't have an Adam's apple. Obviously Adam because of Adam. But I don't know if that's correct. How correct that is. So if you see a girl with a big Adam's apple, be careful. I know dudes that, yeah, I don't know exactly like the chase thing. Mythologists like Ra, Odin, Zeus, etc. You were lied to. If not, there isn't one in Sea World. What? If Frank was famous for sea, they would never be the seventh sea. Seventh sea. Pussy and seventh sea. Seventh? Ooh, the seventh. The second of the seventh. There is a way, and you won't find it by searching. You'll only know this when I tell you. There is a way, and you won't find it by searching. Well, the only one I know is Adam's apple. Or by saying, "Excuse me, are you a female?" Get over yourself. You are not very special to think your John secular team is true. It is all false. I have no idea what that was. Hey, Reed, thanks for your comment. Because I don't know. That's why I don't answer it. I don't know it. And I don't think it's relevant to, you know, what I did respond to, which I can't even remember now. But I can't remember what I replied now. I appreciate the question. His mother's womb. Yeah, that's a bit too technical, Davey. Too precise. No. Oh, but you said that answer. I didn't need to reply it. You told me that answer. I didn't need to reply. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think that. You said the answer. So, and as Davey said, from the womb. So probably my hole. Guys think that there is an advantage to being a woman, but there isn't. I have to think about that, Tigger. I think there is. The X and Y chromosome determines the sex. But like I say, anything can be manipulated now. And no more. It's not just genitals, it's something else that can't be enhanced. Now tell me how to really tell them. I told you, the Adam's apple. A man has an Adam's apple and a woman doesn't, as far as I can remember. The spring could be the fallback in shaped form. Maple leaf is not we. And how do you accumulate the Alaska last to close the door on ownership? So, how, I can't remember the term. You had to prove after so many years that you were, whatever it was, I can't remember now. What was it, Davey? When the colonies had to prove that they were a colony or whatever, they had so long to prove that you were such and such. I can't remember what it was all about now. How many boys were in the Scots for a boy case? Don't know, that's specialised knowledge. So is where Bob Marley was born and all the other stuff. And yes, funny enough, I am exposing this false god and moving it to a mythology-based character. Prepare yourself. I know gay dudes and they don't dress as women. No, but that's what I'm talking about. It's about the binary and the non-binary and all that. There are people that believe they weren't born how they look. So they want to look how they feel. That's basically it. I'll never give the answer unless it's important to people. Is it important to people to know whether there's a male or a female they're talking to? In this day and age, I don't think it matters. But, it'd be nice to know. Tits on a ball may... Nice video this morning. Oh, it didn't. No, you did a video. Not all men have an Adam's apple on their neck that is visible. Now, I was just feeling mine to wonder if I did. But what I'm saying is, if a woman comes up to you and says, buy me a drink, love, and, she's got a massive Adam's apple, you might want to wonder. First. It is something anatomical. So far, no one is correct. The Lanier School, Little Rock Mine. Is that the one where they had all the L's on the t-shirt? Fun fact, I know gay men who, and then it's covered by the hearts. Queer. I know gay men. That is a fun fact. And how Zozo, how do you know that these gay men are queer? Good night, Wig. Yeah, the conversation's turning a bit ugly, isn't it? How do you know? Thanks for coming in, Wig. Zozo, I want to know. Tell me how you know these men are weird. Queer. You see, people are trying to ban that statement from Monty Python. Because sooner or later, a man will give birth. They've probably already done it, actually. They've probably already done it. It wouldn't surprise me if a man carried a child and gave birth by cesarean. What? No. Was Michael Jordan on the Dream Team number 9? Barack Obama is gay. I said not genitals. Oh, queer, odd, strange. Yeah, but you can't tell ovaries just by looking at someone. Not unless you're Superman. Like, no. Um, Come on, five. Do the right thing. What is that about misery? It's how I was always right when my Muri fan girlfriend said, "Hey, look, are those men?" What? I think Five Least doing that as well. Stroking breast. What? I don't get that. It's how I was always right when my Maury fan. I don't know what Maury fan girlfriend is. Are those men? Cloud nine. Yeah, but you're finding random information and bringing them to the chase, which is what I was saying to someone the other day. Everyone in the chase can find something that relates to the chase. Just in everyday life. Walking along and, Homer Brown. The end is ever drawing nine. You know, that's how all the solves are made. Because people find things that they bring to the chase, not just answer what the poem says. Uterus is not a genital. Fallopian tubes are not genitals. Yes, but you can't see them. Wow, I don't know what the wow's for. Internal genitalia is the structures within the true pelvis, including the vagina, cervix, uterus, fallopian tubes. I think David B's on the internet. I was never wrong. You can even ask trans people and they won't know this method. Yeah, but if you don't tell us, how will we know if you're wrong or not? You can even ask trans people and they won't know this method. No, you did say there was a method. You just said that you could tell. I'm assuming by you can tell is by look, not by touch or feel. Because I said if you're going to touch and feel, then you're probably going to get slapped. Organs. Mario, the treasures were people, and they were all mentioned in the thrill of the chase. Yeah, and that's exactly what Dave Man from the East says. So I can either believe you, or I can believe Dave Man from the East, or I can believe that everybody's just bringing their own interpretations of the chase, as a soul. There are many different people, many different souls that have relatable information about the chase that have nothing to do with finding the answers. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but everything that you're talking about, specialized knowledge. Everything that Dave Mann from the East is talking about, specialized knowledge. Information you have to look up because there is no way that Dave knows about all them comic books, and there is no way that you know about all these people without getting the information. So therefore, I have to say, well, that's not what Forrest said. And whilst you may be correct, because I don't know, whilst you may be correct, it doesn't sit with what Forrest Fenn said. I would never know those things that you just told me now. I wouldn't know. It has to be specialised knowledge. I wouldn't know them. And if you know all of them without looking them up, then you have an unfair advantage. Yeah, it's not about the book. The hints in the book won't take you there, but they will help you with the clues in the poem. So anything in the book. Men produce sperm, women produce eggs. End of story. End of story. There you go. Which came first, the sperm or the egg? It's a true statement. I'm not. There are over 1,000 people mentioned in the fraud checks. I will admit that science stopped teaching certain things. That's what makes humans different. I learned a 100% way to determine male or female fully clothed. Come on, people. Recommend where did Fenn bury his bells? All my bell, Washington, my bell. No. Forrest Fenn said he went out in the New Mexico desert and buried them. Them are his words, not exactly his words, but New Mexico. In the desert in New Mexico. Not all around the world. Or Colorado. New Mexico. That's what Forrest Fenn said. So the jars, that might be different. So maybe, a Maybell jar in Colorado. And, there was mention of that. Forrest didn't say he only had 8 or 9 bells. He said 28 or 26, 28. He buried some and he still had some left. So those bells, jars, whatever, on the desk are the some that he had and he still was going to bury. He'd already buried some and he's going to bury more. He was making more and burying more. So those people that think there's only 8 or 9 jars, think again. Forrest did about 20 odd. And a memoir is a collection of memories written by the person themselves. Good night, Reed. Thank you. I'm not knocking your soul. I absolutely aren't. I just don't think it relates to what Forrest was saying. And, it seems specialised knowledge to me. I can't. The stuff that you're telling me, I don't know. I'd have to research it. And I hope that you're right, and I hope, Forrest ends it, and then whoever's right gets, or correct, gets what they deserve. Thanks for popping in. Maybell is good, Reed. Yeah, because you're close. But I could say the same for Mayday. Name 3 records ending in hungry, angry, and hang on. I've had this before. I can't remember what it was, but there's only 3 words ending in GRY. Why have you said records? And it's supposed to be 3 words. Name 3 words ending in GRY. Oh, you put it there, words. Why not just read further down and then stop myself doing it? It's been over 5 minutes. I'll tell you in 5 more. No. Well, it's been 5 minutes since you wrote that, so you have to tell me now. So I'm going to miss out all the others and just see your answer come up. 5. Anyone ever see a rooster lay an egg? No. There you go. This is the. Was I talking to you, Dave? I can't remember who I was talking to, but it's like. Oh no, it was Sue, the neighbour. These people that talk about male and female, we're all animals. That's what we are. We're just animals that think. And when you see 2 dogs having sex, you all shout, that's not normal. That's not normal. 2 dogs having sex. One should be a bitch and one should be a dog. That's not normal. And yet when it comes to humans, you say it's normal. What? Wait, what? If you see 2 animals going at it and they're both male, you kick up a stink and say, oh, look, that's not normal. But when it's 2 human beings, you say, yeah, that's normal. And then they say, you can't say we're normal and other people aren't. Well, yeah, you can. We're here to recreate, and normal is to recreate. So therefore, those people that recreate are normal. Now, I'm not being nasty to other people. Absolutely not. You think what you want, you believe what you want, you do what you want. But I am saying, don't tell me I can't say it's normal for a man and a woman to have sex. It's normal. We're animals and we create by having sex. That's what we do. And that's normal. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I don't really care, but I'm sorry. That's normal. And then I would say that people that do that are normal. That's what I describe as normal. Animals that we are creating babies through having sex with male and female. I consider that normal. If you don't consider that normal, don't kick off when you see two dogs trying to have a go at each other. So I consider that normal. And I don't say what you're doing is abnormal, but I'm saying, don't say that I can't say it's normal for a man and a woman. Or that I am normal because I'd rather have a woman. Where is the £20 treasure chest? Of course it was real. Absolutely it was real. Because you don't know where it was, don't mean it was not real. And it doesn't, as I was saying to Street earlier, it doesn't have to be real. You had to find it. If it existed, I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. That says it existed. That says if you find it, you can have it. But in my way of thinking, if Forrest hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains and you could tell him where it is, whether it was there or not doesn't make any difference. If you can tell him where it was by answering the poem, all good. You just have to tell him where it was. Because he said, tell me where it is, I'll get it for you. If you have a disability, tell me where it is and I'll get it for you. What side of the missed that? Read Brian Gates. Got a foyer on the Fed raid on his house and there were pictures of it. Yeah, I think he's trying to say that, it wasn't put out anywhere, but it's important, Woody Bob. Can't say I have, Woody. I'm missing out all of that now. What else Woody said? Woody, what did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Anyone? Oh, ever let know. No, it's not normal. It's not normal. And therefore, if you see a male and a female dog having sex, you just think, yeah, that's normal. So therefore, you can say that a man and a woman can call themselves normal. Don't try and make me believe that what you're doing is normal and what I'm doing is not normal. What you're doing is considered not normal in the eyes of anybody. As an animal and another animal is considered not normal. If it's dinosaurs, fine. It'd be normal. Where is it now, man? Where is what now? The chest? Well, I think we will find out soon. But again, I don't even want to talk about the chest because this wasn't about the chest. This, whilst you'll find out about chest, I would assume that Forrest would, tell you those answers. This was never about that. If it was, again, I say the same things over and over. I don't know why, because it's quite simple to understand. If Forrest wanted to make it happen, as he says on page 15, why people don't look at page 15 and think, oh my God, look at how important this is. Or without saying, oh my God. Why people don't look at page 15 and think this is a really important message. Can I make it happen? If you're just putting a chest out there for something to find, yeah, stick it in the middle of the road and someone's going to find it, Forrest, and you made it happen. It was done. Or tell somebody the answer. Tell the whole world what the answer is. I put this chest in Telluride, Colorado, under a cottonwood tree, blah, blah, blah. Made it happen. Well done. No. Then you add to that, I can't end the chase if I wanted to. Yes, you can, Forrest. You told us you put a chest under a cottonwood tree in Telluride, Colorado, or Maybell, Colorado, wherever you want. Go get it. Take it back, and the chase is finished. It's your chest. Do what you want. Chase is over. Two statements, that tell you this is not about the chest. Simple, in your face, stop looking for a chest. statements. Then, at the end of it all, don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me your name. He knows about the chest. He knows what your name is. He wants you to read what the poem says. Does the poem say that the answer is Bob Marley was born 9 Mile, whatever, Jamaica, or all the other stuff? No, it doesn't say that. Or it might say that. I haven't looked at it. But it's not part of the answer. And it's specialized knowledge. Any information with all those things that you found in The Thrill of the Chase, you did not get the answer from the poem, and you did not get the answer from The Thrill of the Chase. You saw the information in The Thrill of the Chase, and you researched it on the net and found the answers to that. That's not what Forrest said do. There are hints in the book that will help with the clues in the poem. So any information you find out about what you think it is needs to be given you by the poem, not by the internet. Not by comic books that Dave Man from the East does. It's no different than what you're doing. You're finding information that suits what you think. You're not finding information in The Thrill of the Chase that is directly linked to the clues in the poem. I can't say any easier than that. War over war is never the same central as meaning is not the first time, but just not to non go and truth. Okay, let's talk about page 15. Who wore number 79 for the Dallas Cowboys? That has nothing to do with page 15. Nothing. Sitting by the juniper fire, wondering if he can make it happen, does not say who wore number 79 for the Dallas Cowboys. It's specialized knowledge. You're telling me stuff I don't know, and some of the people in chat don't know it. How can that be not specialized knowledge? I don't know that stuff. And you asking me all the questions, you ask me all the questions that you want. I don't know the answers to them because it's specialized knowledge. It's knowledge that has to be gained by somebody who looks up that knowledge, who has that knowledge. You are gaining knowledge from somebody who has knowledge about that information. You will not make me believe that any specialized knowledge is part of the answers to The Thrill of the Chase, nor will Dave Man from the East, and nor will anyone else. If you have to look up the information or find it in a comic book or in an almanac or whatever it is, while it might be what Forrest was hinting at, it's not the answer, in my opinion. So that specialized knowledge that you're telling me about, I would never know that in a million years. And it has nothing to do with page 15. You might relate it to page 15, but page 15 is talking about Forrest making The Thrill of the Chase work. And his last flight to a place where even memory has not been. Memory, number 79 for the Dallas Cowboys, Forrest would have that memory if that's what it was about. He doesn't have that memory. It's not happened. So how can it be about 79 Dallas Cowboys? Forrest doesn't have that memory. So he's not going to have a memory. He's going to have the memory about that, but he's not going to have a memory about something else that he's trying to make happen. Anybody that has a solve that's already taken place, I'm saying the same things over and over again, but nobody seems to get it. If your solve has already taken place, Forrest should have a memory of it, and he hasn't got a memory of it, so it hasn't taken place yet. If he's going to a place where memory has not been, whatever you found is before Forrest had a memory of it. I don't see how that can be the answer. I could be wrong, you could be right. I'm just telling you my way of understanding it is you shouldn't be able to solve it until it's solvable. But if you've already solved it and Forrest hasn't had a memory, minus 79 years, it does say that on page 15. Doesn't say 79 Dallas Cowboys. You're relating 79 years to a piece of random information that you found. And you might be right. You might be right. But I don't see that in his statement. I see that he's talking about he's got to this point in his life, 79 or 80 years old. He's going to try and make something happen. And it hasn't happened yet. But he wants to get to the point where it does happen and he will have a memory of it. That's what I get from that page. Well, a little bit more, but that's what I get from that page. Anything else that is not mentioned on that page, have you noticed that the fonts on that page change? Small fonts, big fonts? Probably not, but it does. The letters are bigger and smaller. There's a reason for it. At the time for including reprints over the years, he had not had that memory, which means it is in the future, not the past. 100%. If he's not had the memory in the years before the chase, anything before the chase is not relevant to what's going to happen. It can't be, because Forrest has no memory of it. So it has to be something that he's thinking about doing, not something that's already happened. If you're trying to relate something that's already happened to Forrest, good luck. Lois and Clark started their journey from Philly and never seen school. So back to the Louisiana Purchase. Forrest gave a hint on page 15, you don't have a clue. He gave lots of hints. He said there were hints in the book that will help the clues in the poem. Absolutely, I have a clue. Absolutely. It's all, why are you doing this? It's no different than what Street's doing. You will not make me believe that your specialised knowledge is what Forrest wants us to find. That won't happen. I don't know these answers. Hardly anybody will know those answers. Only because you researched them and found them out do you understand them. It's specialised knowledge. I don't know who this Billy Joe is. Frankly, I don't even care, but I don't know who it is. And, if other people do know, which I find, hard to believe that everybody knows that Billy Joe played for the Dallas Cowboys. And you'd have to be American. Even if everybody in chat knew, it would be because they're American, not because they're Australian, English, Chinese. And that would be giving people an advantage. And Forrest wouldn't do that. So I just don't see why you're trying to force down a specialised knowledge information piece as part of what Forrest Fenn wanted. Again, you're taking information that is specialised knowledge because of something you read in the Chase, in the Thrill of the Chase book. It doesn't mean to say that's what it is. It just means to say that Forrest knew that people would do what you did. Fenn meant as a math teacher, whom in the middle of three is that watch? The watch that he threw in the field. The Cowboys never in time beat a Bronco. As Cowboys break Broncos into horses to ride. It won't help solve the poem. Ignore the fonts. No, I didn't use it to help solve the poem. But it might give you information. By three, no win ever of a Cowboy to win the Broncos. Did you know that the Cowboys have a new honour system in place? Billy Joe. Again, you talk about Dallas Cowboys, which you obviously know a lot about, and I know nothing. And that has nothing to do with what the poem is about. So all of these people that you've met, that you found, whatever, all of these people, how does that translate to the poem? Like, which one of them is warm water salt? Which one of them is anything else? I don't see how you translate all these people that you found into a soul. Crime has been solved. It is in the place you get the answer to the chase that Forrest wants, unless you have been told. He's a Davio. I don't get it. Like, why are you trying to? Why is anybody trying to convince me that any specialised knowledge is the way to solve the poem? All you need is the poem. That's what Forrest said. If you didn't have the book, you wouldn't know about all the stuff that you give me. If you just had the poem. So read the poem, find what the poem says, you have the answer. Don't need to do any research, don't need to find out anything, don't need to know anything other than what the poem reads. I'm not trying to teach anybody to suck eggs. I'm not saying that your solve is incorrect. I'm saying what you're telling me is nothing to what Forrest Fenn said. It doesn't relate to what Forrest Fenn said. So therefore, I don't understand it. I can't relate to it. And the specialised knowledge is just way over my head. Just, of course he did. But you could take that anyway, Cowboys. You could take that to the nth degree. He talked about the honcho or roncho, whatever it is, Rondo man or whatever. You could take that to any direction you want. And you would get an answer, because that's how the Thrill of the Chase is. Find, all you got to do, excuse me, all you have to do is find Warm Water's Hole. That's all you have to do. That is all you have to do if you want to find a chest. That's all you have to do. Get the right way, Warm Water's Hole. When you find out what the answer is, how simple it is, you're going to say, well, I think of that. I am not going to think of Dallas Cowboys, not going to think of Dallas Cowboys, or anything that the Temptations or anything else. No. When you find out what the answer is, you're going to think, why didn't I think of that? I'm not going to think about those things. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to think about Superman and all the comics. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to think about a medicine wheel. It's not going to happen. When the answer is known, people are going to think, why didn't I think of that? Dallas Cowboys took Bill. The time for chaos has passed. Just married a 24-year-old? I don't know. Did Belichick just marry a 24-year-old? And a good map. The map is the Thrill of the Chase. Again, what is your Warm Waters Hole, and how does that relate to all these people that you're talking about? The 1,000 people, whatever you said. Don't get it. Emmett Smith, the first. Oh dear. Thrill was for Fenn to watch all chase themselves past each other to address the rewards within 4 states. All 4 hold true. Otherwise, it's a statewide lockdown chase. Dancing with the Stars was an event in Craig, Colorado. Ooh, Craig! That was my first solve. That was my first solve, Geoduck. Good to have you here. Craig, Colorado. That was my first one. And then from that, Cripple Creek. That was Warm Waters Holt, because of the Holt and the Cripple. But Craig was first. And I went all around Colorado at first. Did I did the pink, is all right? Yeah, that's Colorado. Did Wet Mountain, something Brave Mountain near there. All sorts of stuff. Turn off notifications for Camera Studio. I don't know what that means. Davey, stop. Davey, what are you doing? Solve your offer does not use it. Yeah, I don't know. No. You might be right. 100% you might be right. Now, if you are, why is it George Smoking Burns Flaming George Reservoir? Does the poem tell you that? And can you prove beyond doubt that that is the answer? Because you should be able to. Will everybody reading that go, oh yeah, George Smoking Burns, Flaming George Reservoir, that's where it is? No, there's probably not one person in here that will agree with that statement. Did you see the video that Troy put out about a Jack lookalike not even close? So I told Davey that Troy's put one out, and then he says he's got like his solve without try the wheel. That's like Dave, man from the East, having his solve without the cross. It's like, hang on a minute, you did a whole solve about this try the wheel, the importance of it, how it was 100% correct grammatically, and blah 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 blah, and now you put a solve out without it. It's not that important then. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what people are doing and why they do it. But yeah, I saw it. I don't know why people do these things. I know, Reed. I have done more souls than you've had hot dinners. I am telling you that now. And each one, as good as they are, I've had to reject. I know where Craig is. I know more about those American flipping state places than I do about my own country. Because I went from Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, and even in the south of New Mexico. That's another thing. In the interview, Forrest says, let me categorically state, it is not in San Lazaro Pueblo, not in his house, not on the whatever limits of Santa Fe. And people are saying it's to do with San Lazaro. And it's like, it's not 5 years ago that Forrest said, let me state, whatever the word is, that it's not there. Because people were going into his house and, doing stupid stuff. And then people have discussions about where it could be and what the answers are, and they think, oh, it could be San Lazaro. And Forrest said, no, it's not there. Out of his own mouth. And that's the problem. People aren't listening to what he's saying and coming up with answers and saying they have to be correct. And I'm thinking, no, Forrest has said no. And people still saying, yeah, it's at his house. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's there. And Forrest said, no, it's not. Pandora's box opening on the chest. I tell you what, it'll probably open even more soon. Oh, now he's a good one. Rifle, Colorado, Parachute, Colorado, Meet, Colorado. I've been there. I've been Estes Park and everywhere else. No. Reed, please listen to what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say your solve is incorrect. I'm trying to say I don't believe it. Please listen to this bit, please. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Where is your solve? Is it at the home of Brown? If not, how are you going right straight to it if it's not there? If it is there, you only need two answers at the most. I don't get what you're trying to say. I've been these places. I've looked at these solves. Pretty much looked at every flipping solve. There is a state for reason of four states, or is the state counted that is 4, 1, 4, 4. So there's a reason why Forrest reduced them from 6 to the 4. And they just happen to be all north of Santa Fe. That couldn't make it any easier for you. The 4 states that are left can be north of Santa Fe. Straight north, straight up. not northeast, northwest, whatever. Straight up north of Santa Fe. That's 300-foot trees located in 18 inches of floor. I know Mobile, Colorado. I know Mayday, Colorado, when he talked about that as well. I've seen the peace sign. I've seen all of it. Fenn said, never in a straight line. He starts or ends from a straight line border. He's saying something indirect. But he left those states, is what I'm saying. He could have left Utah and Idaho in, but he didn't. How do you have America chopped straight in half in the borderlands of history? And Craig Brown. But you don't want Craig Brown. You can say any Brown. Which is the home of Brown in your solve? And is that where you finish your solve? Or do you choose other people? Campbell's must be the Canadian War to cut the straight line. Warm water's hot, the brain freeze, water on the brain. Code in the ode.com. Ooh. The code in the ode.com. Molly Brown, again, Colorado. That's not specialized knowledge, is it? I don't know. I have no idea. You can't all be right. Zozo wants to be right in Montana with somebody called Brown, and Reed wants to be right with James Brown, blah blah blah, called Brown. You can't all be right. It's impossible. All of the answers are subjective to your own imagination, as you want to believe it, because you already have an answer that you want to believe. They can't all be right. It's impossible. Now, for Zozo, that's where it should end then. It should end at St. John's. John Francis Dean Sandbar Brown, the paperboy. It should end in Phillipsburg. That's where your soul should finish. It doesn't. Well, then you should go to that tree and get it. Not talk about a solve that takes into account other stuff. There is a green line, like a green mile, to where Forrest wanted to rest in peace. I can't believe how exact the line is from San Lazaro. What is Fitzgerald's name? Forrest named him in a book, but you don't know who made it. No, because it's specialised knowledge that you've researched, that you've remembered, that you've gone over and over with. It is irrelevant. The stuff in the Thrill of the Chase book is to help with the hints in the poem. No, with the clues in the poem. The hints in the book are to help with the clues in the poem. Not to tell you what the answer is, to bring the information from the book to help you with the clues in the poem. Yeah, I've told you already, Zozo. It's a good answer. I've told you already. It's all about native walls. He's showing the direction of the wall in the browns with the blues and reds in textbook history. Wild Bill was 60 years off of New York. How is your new? Tell the old York. Google Earth he talked about. Forrest said all you need is a poem, before anything else. Before he said you needed a book, before he said you needed gloves, a sandwich, a torch, all you needed was a poem. So you're saying that Forrest is a liar by saying that he said use Google. Google Earth, he said. Good, whatever, research materials. Google Earth, good map. Thrill of the Chase, because the Thrill of the Chase had the poem in it. All about native wars, he's showing the direction. Done that. Yeah, he also said it didn't go down far enough. Google Earth didn't go down far enough. How? Even that, even that statement, even that statement says that a solve is wrong. Just that statement. Google Earth does not go down far enough. It goes down to the road. Google Earth goes down to the road. And you can walk it. You can see the land as you were walking on it. How does Google Earth not go down far enough? How does it not go down far enough? Google Earth takes you down to the road. I don't get what people. I just don't get it. But it's very frustrating that people make statements and you think, what? Diving is fantastic. Synchronized diving. Well, it's probably better than listening to me. I know that, Newman. Yes, he did say good map. And read. I have told you and told everybody. If you look at the pages in the Thrill of the Chase book, it's a map. It's a map. It's not the map that you have where you see the houses and the trees and everything. It's one of the other type of map. I can't remember what it's called. Ordnance map or whatever. Have a look. So yes, the Thrill of Chase book is a map. How does that help? It should help. 9 clues is 9 boxes in the poem. In thirds, past, present, future. 8 bells plus treasure means ring the treasure with bells. 8 is an asterisk on your keyboard. Forrest was a shifty. Well, that makes me think of it's not written down anywhere. It's like, well, maybe it was typed. Or maybe it was said. But he said, it's here in my head. Mary, did you know? still 20 feet above. But you can see the earth. You can see everything you need to see from street view. 20 feet above. It's only as high as the car. To the waterfall. So we just said it doesn't go down far enough. How does that relate to your solve? If you can see it from Google Earth, that doesn't go down far enough for Forrest Fenn, how do you get an answer? It's like I looked up all the words in the poem. Nobody else bothers to, but Forrest did. So they take no notice of what Forrest said and do what they want. And Forrest says Google Earth doesn't go down far enough, and they think that Google Earth's okay because it does. The person who did the Thrill of the Chase says it doesn't. I'm sure the person who set it up should know whether it does or it doesn't. Whether it does or it doesn't help you get, the right answer for the right reason. There's a reason why he said it. I'm not going to say that now, but there's a reason why he said it. More known reasons. I'm trying to understand American, let alone the history of the United States. So, my way of looking at it was simple. I shouldn't have to work too hard. I shouldn't have to try too hard. Once I know what it is, it should be obvious, all of those things. And, I see souls and I think there's nothing obvious about that. I can't even get my head around that. But I should be able to solve it from here. I shouldn't have to know about the history of the United States, which is specialized knowledge, or, specialized to you because you know about the United States. For me, no, specialized for me because I need to learn it. You might know it, but it's specialized to you, only to you. You'll know it because you live in the United States. That's a bit of an unfair advantage. Shift the characters of the poem. The poem is 3x3 puzzle, and the word one is key. Get ready for water on the brain soup. So picky. Location is warmed by the sun, but the treasure is not. Yeah, he did say the location was in the sun most of the day, but the treasure is not. And it's in an isolated spot. It's like, and it's in a safe place. And your best revenge is me wearing a bracelet, and blah 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 blah. She said she wasn't going on tonight, Tigger, because it's 3:37. She said she wasn't going on tonight because they were going live Thursday. So that's why I'm on, because I didn't think they were going on, because they said they weren't going on Monday. 9 seasons or 9 reasons that can never change his will. Yeah, I didn't say he didn't. But you would have to know all about the history, and that's not what Forrest Fenn said. Forrest loved it, I know. Forrest loved books, I know. Is the song about books? No. Is it about history? No. Do you know what it's about? It's about affecting the future. That's what it's about. And if you listen to what Forrest Fenn said, and you read the book, and you had faith in a maverick, you would know. It's not about somebody finding a chest. It's about Forrest affecting the future. It's about Forrest making something happen. It's not about a finder, and it's not about a solver. It's about the asterisk in a book, never written. That's what it's about. Nobody finding a chest is important in this, unless it screws over the making it happen. Now, as I've said before, I don't care who's right or correct, and I can't say whether you're right or wrong or right or correct, but I can say the answers that you give do not correspond to the information that Forrest Fenn gave us. That information is, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Your solve must be at the home of Brown, otherwise it's the wrong solve. If you don't have where warm waters halt, you have nothing. It has to be 100% correct. If you don't have it nailed down, you have to know why it's nailed down. You don't know, and this is the important bit that you need to listen to. Not that I'm right or wrong, but just it's important. You won't know you have the correct where warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hands. So you can't start the chase. There is no way you can start it. You physically cannot start the chase until you understand that statement. You won't know you have the right where warm waters halt until you're finished. Until you have the chest in your hands. So anybody who started and finished without that understanding, no. Because it's not what Forrest said. You won't know you have the right where warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hands. Now, all of these statements I say to you are blanket statements from Forrest Fenn to say you're all wrong. Everyone's wrong unless you can do this. Nobody will stumble on that chest. If you go out of your house and you start searching, it isn't you. Because you're going to stumble on it. And don't say, well, I know roughly where it is. You're still going to stumble on it. You have to leave your house knowing where it is and go right straight to it. And know that your hands will be on that chest when you understand what warm water salt is all about. When you understand the Homer Brown. Because I tell you now, those statements, they're factual. If you have where warm waters halt, if you have the Homer Brown, why are you worried about warm waters halt? If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. He's not saying them for fun. He's telling you the Homer Brown. And he's telling you, if you have no idea what warm waters halt is or where warm waters halt, then you have nothing. Stay home and play canasta. Now, it's frustrating that people keep arguing the simple truth. Simple truth. Forrest told you where it was. Told everybody where it was. Told you exactly how to find it. And you go off on these wonderful, super, magical, crazy solves that don't fit on a post-it note, that aren't simple for a chest. And then another solve that's difficult but not impossible. So, whilst you may be correct, it does not lend to what Forrest Fenn said. So I cannot entertain it. Whilst it may be Dave Man from the East, his solve is believable. Where you start, where you finish, Palisade Sills, all the connections. But it means nothing because half of it doesn't relate to what Forrest Fenn said. It is not associated with a man-made structure. My solve is all about this cross, this Kent and Esther cross. The chest has to be there because of this cross. Associating it with a man-made structure. The Forrest said no. But he believes wholeheartedly that all of the information that he's given us, that all the comic books that he's found that link to the Thrill of the Chase have to be correct. No different than anybody else finding all the other information that they've got. Because they're not listening to what Forrest said. They believe their answers are correct. They want them to be correct. And for them, they are correct. But you have to listen to what Forrest said. And he's basically saying that all the solves that were given to him, he came up with the reason why they aren't right. Did the hot water affect the patina? Is there hot water in your solve? No? Can't be right then. Now, Forrest said, well, they went away thinking they've got a clue. Of course they got a clue. Everything that Forrest did was about giving clues and hints. Well, not everything, but the majority of stuff that Forrest did was about giving clues and hints. That was a clue. Or a hint, depending on how you want it. If you don't have it in your solve, or you don't understand what the information is, where is the 5-letter column that makes the canyon down in the poem? Where is the 5-letter? Where is the 5-letter column that makes the canyon down in the poem? Five-letter column. Are you going, Dave? Yeah, I'm going. I've been on too long already. 3:45, 44, getting light. Taking the canyon down means you're going from down to up, as taking it is in the reverse of down to up, which is mountain man logic. Just that is above ground has been found as above, so below. Second treasure is coded in the poem, but you need the book to go to postal on the codes. It's all one together. Heavy loads of water high is hail. Or Hoyle. Hail to whom is history. Define associated. No, his version is he's associating his cross. This is David talking about. He's associated the cross with the chest. Without the cross, his soul doesn't exist. So therefore, that's a direct association. Without the cross, his soul doesn't exist. And the chest has to be under that. The reason the cross is there is because the chest is underneath it. That's associated. I don't know what Forrest means by associated, but that's what Davy's doing. He's saying, look, because of this chest, because of this cross, with Kent and Esther and the Superman and all of this, that's why the chest has to be there, because of this cross. Do you think by chance Sloane and Fenn ran into each other as Sloane was an engineer and architect for the government? Don't know what that's for, what that thumbs up for. Is that for Dillard? Von, that can't. Nice to see you, but I don't know what the thumb is for. We're just saying hello, or somebody said something that's good. There is no cross, as one is not religious. Well, it's like, don't state the obvious to him because he'll get upset, but I don't know why my camera keeps jumping. I feel like Max Headroom. Yeah, I'm the most spiritual. Dave found the bottle of brandy at the cross where Superman drank his last drink, becoming Superman. What? Dave found the bottle of brandy at the cross where Superman drank his last drink, becoming Superman. I don't even know that part of the story. I thought Superman was always Superman. He found out he was Superman when he was a boy because he lifted his stuff up. So, I don't know. He became Superman way before being a man or drink. No. That makes no sense. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Superman. But I think people underestimate the importance, not of the first clue, although, yeah. It's not who you are, it's who you can make them think you are. You know, I think that has some bearing on the answer. In more ways than one. Whichever solve you want to look at. Heroes do not play part of war over war. Sloane's passion was always clouds. Also clouds. Yes. Cloud 9. In cartoon, why would chaos be called chaos when all there was darkness? But wouldn't it be chaos if we were all in the darkness? If you couldn't see what was happening, wouldn't that be chaos? And out of the chaos, wouldn't there be light when you could see? For he said, let there be light, and there was light. She was the only one in the darkness. Actually, please don't talk about that, because then that'll be part of the Superman solve. We'll have chaos, Well, chaos is in Superman. So chaos causes the darkness. Why would the cow be mooing the moon? Because it jumped over the moon. And that's the whole point. So a mooing cow jumping over the moon, mooing. Or a cow jumping over the moon, mooing. The cow went over the moon, didn't it? The cow jumped over the moon. Kind of. I don't know, I can't remember it now. Forrest took 15 years to perfect the poem. He knew they would fit it, do their own search of boots on the ground. Yes, thanks, Woody. That's 100% correct. I believe the answers I already know are, I know what these people are going to do. They're going to do this, 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 and this. Yes, well, chaos was supposed to be the first god. So the first thing in the universe was chaos. And then, out of chaos, something happened. So within the chaos, there was nothing, unless you called the nothing chaos. And then, to some people, there was the Big Bang. But if there's nothing, what created the Big Bang? Why does my hand disappear? What the heck is that? Oh, it's that screen on the background. God, that's horrible, that is. I feel like the Invisible Man. But even that, who's to say that Forrest and his lot weren't the Indians, like dressed up as Indians? So I guess that you could say that the first thing was the darkness. You got it. What? Take a calm down now. Don't know what. She got out the vibration. Speaking is vibration. Ooh, I thought you were going to go www dot there. Count Indians in Texas. Maybe she had hot breath. Maybe. So that'll do for me then. As far as God's really getting right. As far as like this video was about Douglas Preston giving answers and people not understanding them, and me realizing that I hadn't done the first thing that I always do. When something doesn't make sense in the chase, I try and find it in the poem. And this made absolutely no sense at all. That Douglas Preston said, I saw a first draft of the poem that took 15 years to write. I saw the first draft, which means, well, the poem took more than 15 years then, because if there was a first draft, start again. If there's a first draft, start again, and it takes longer. And then Douglas, this 15-year poem, yeah, got the answer. It's too easy, that is, Forrest. What? What? No, you say you don't know the answer, but you're telling Forrest it's too easy. Taking 15 years to write this poem, or however far he was through it, it's too easy, that is, Forrest. Yeah, but people won't find it in 1,000 years. What? He's just told you that it's too easy. You're saying that people won't solve it for 1,000 years. There must be a reason why you're making these statements and conversations. If someone tells you, yeah, it's too easy, that is. Your statement isn't, yeah, they won't find it for 1,000 years. It should be, what do you mean it's too easy? Why, do you know what the answer is? So, if it doesn't make sense, probably because it's written in the poem, and that's to, in my opinion, aid the finder, not the seeker, which is what Forrest said. You're supposed to find the information that Forrest gives, understand it, and work with it. But if Douglas Preston is saying he doesn't know where it is, but telling Forrest that the poem is too easy means he solved it in however long he was there. Here's the poem. Yeah, it's too easy, that is, Forrest. 20 seconds. There you go. That's too easy, that is. You can't say it's too easy unless you know what the answer is. A 15-year poem. But not only that, he said it was the first draft. So, there has to be a reason why these things were said. Pandora came way after chaos. All Forrest was jarred awake. And he didn't know if he found the treasure or not. But he did say, once you know you got it, keep it on your bed for 30 days. It's called tabula rasa. When the cipher of 24 lines need to become 26, so turn the key. Or 23. Row 4, block 4, row 23. There is a Pandora's box in the poem. What are these fruity emojis? What, the bananas, apples and oranges? Oranges and lemon. Yes, it did, Tigger. I threw the lid into a swamp. Two could keep a secret if one is the same of another. Every state of the same city's names, etc. Narrow them to the region of one. Just off the horn with my 90s band that toured Lollapalooza. Looks like a reunion. Woohoo! Entropy, first thing. Minerva or Minerva. He did a vignette on Minerva. That was interesting. Minerva. Who would speak of Minerva? Who would checkmate Forrest Fenn? The alpha would be 23 without the additional W or W. 2. Skippy was turning alpha. What did that mean? So, once again, I thank you all. Like I say, I'm not trying to blow my trumpet or destroy anybody else's work. I just try and point out that the information that Forrest gives and what you're telling me makes no sense at all. Absolutely none at all. If Forrest didn't lead anyone away, I want to make that clear. Forrest did not lead anybody away, but he knew that you would find your own route, your own way, your own answers. Not his answers, your answers. So he said stuff knowing that you would believe what you want to believe. But he said it in good faith in order that you would listen and understand. Those statements that nobody bothers with, that I keep going over and over and people still don't bother with, nobody's going to stumble on that chest. Out of 9 billion people in the world, no one's going to stumble on it. It doesn't matter what your solve is, however your solve is. If you go searching, that means you stumble on it. So Forrest is saying to everybody, know where you're going before you go there. Know where it is, that way you won't stumble on it. Find it in the poem, exactly where it is, go get it, go right straight to it. But in that statement, he has told everyone, if you don't have, begin it where warm waters halt, you have nothing. Stay home, play canasta. And then says, you won't know you have warm waters halt unless you have the chest in your hands. So telling you can't leave your house until you know where it is, along with you won't know where to start unless you have the chest in your hands. Know where it is, you can't start unless you have the chest in your hands. Which means you have to know warm waters halt. End of. Before you can leave your house, you have to know where warm waters halt, because without knowing that, how can you have the chest in your hands? How can you have the chest in your hands knowing warm waters halt? Don't leave your house unless you know the answer to that. Anybody who searches is going to stumble on that chest. Again, it's a failure before you start. Again, solve the first 2 clues, it's academic. Solve the first 2 clues, you're halfway there, metaphorically speaking. Little girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues, etc., etc., etc. Told you the home of the brain, you go right to it. Forrest is telling you exactly where it is and exactly how to find it by making all these statements. And nobody listens because they carry on Just laugh at what he says and carry on. Me, I looked and I listened and I thought, you can't make those statements. They're impossible statements to make. To know that nobody's going to stumble on your chest, they're impossible statements to make. So it's somewhere, has to be somewhere, where nobody's going. No one. Nobody's going to go there, ever. There is no reason for them to go there. Unless they know there's a reason to go there. That's what he's telling you. He's telling you no one's going to go to this place. It's in an isolated place. It's in the sun most of the day, but the treasure isn't. Wind would affect the chest. If leaves blew in there and it got covered, is it then buried or sepultured? Those are statements that tell you something about the place. And if your soul does not incorporate all of that. If your soul does not incorporate all of that, but first and foremost, Forrest Fenn looked up all the words in the poem. Made a point of telling you that he looked up all the words in the poem and that he looked up the nouns. If you didn't do that, how can you solve his poem? How can you do it? Forrest Fenn made a point of telling you that he looked up all the words in the poem. How can you solve it without doing the same? Especially the nouns. You can't. You should not be able to solve it. There's a reason why Forrest said that he looked up all the words. He wrote the poem to hide the information, not to give you the information. That's stupid. It can't be, you all say it can't be 9 Mile Hole because it's in the book. The poem's in the book, and that information, begin it where warm waters hold, might as well say begin it at the Madison. He can't tell you where it is because it's in the Thrill of the Chase book, and if it tells you where it is, it's not there. So it's not begin it where warm waters hold. It's not there. And you won't find it when you're looking. It's not there. So you have to understand what it is that Forrest is saying to you in the whole poem that he looked up all the words for. The simple words like begin it where warm waters hold and take it in the canyon down, not far but too far to walk. He looked up those words. And you think you don't have to. Forrest looked them up, but you don't have to. He looked up those words. From there, it's no place for the meek. Nothing difficult about that. The end is ever drawing nigh. Nothing difficult about that. Why are you looking up these words, Forrest? All the words in the poem. Why are you looking them up? Because, everybody, Forrest is saying, because, Mario, words don't mean what you think they do. And they don't. Look them up. They don't mean what you think they do. Canyon doesn't mean canyon. Down doesn't mean down. It doesn't mean what you think it does. Or it does. And if it does, then words don't mean what you think they do, and nothing is as it seems, and you believe everything's fake or false. But it's not what it seems. So what is it? The words mean something different, but you believe they mean what you see and read. And everything about Jack, you believe, even though nothing is as it seems. To me, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy that you take no notice of what Forrest Fenn says. And you think that you reading the poem the way that it's written is the way to solve it. What? The way that it's written is the way to solve it? But words don't mean what you think they do. So how can the way that it's been written be the way to solve it? Not short of tenacity, Forrest says. In the interview, Capo's interview. Not short of tenacity when it comes to Peggy. Totally the wrong statement. What was Forrest saying? Is there a different word that should be there instead of tenacity? Is there a different word in the poem instead of the words that you read? Are there 9 different words in the poem instead of the words that you read? Is there a word in the poem that is key, that will help you more than the others? Not in anybody's soul. Nobody talks to me about, well, I have a key word in the poem. No, a word that is key in the poem. I have a word that is key in the poem, and it helps me unlock it more than the others, and that's part of my soul. Nobody says that. Night, night, night. Shelley married Toby, the toad. Yeah, F was tell you his advice to see that language is controlling. I thought I saw something going on between them a long time ago. Yeah, but don't Rossalone, that's not nice, to be fair. Not fair on Kevin. You are thought, what are you saying, who say it, the truth? The American language is pure broken from 3 other languages. And the poem wasn't written in American, that's the issue with, trying to solve it if you're an American. Moreover, also the doctrine of letters. I and that out is the same one language. Now upper 2 cases. Yeah, he said the poem had to be the way it is. Things had to come together. 6 or 7 things had to come together. I was lucky nobody was there, blah, 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 blah. The poem had to be the way that it is. What does that mean? If words don't mean what you think they do, the poem can't be what you think it is, or the way you think it is. Can we get rid of these COVID emojis? What COVID emojis? You're seeing more. War is over. Uh-oh. So, I am looking out my window and seeing the sun, not the sun, but the light that the sun gives. That's not a good thing. So, thank you. Post office stamp, 6th of June, that one. Or, is there one? Is there a stamp for that date? And how could Forrest know that these dates would... There are COVID emojis? Who would have thought? But where are you seeing these COVID emojis? I was not seeing them. No, I'm going to send that up. I'm going to send these up. The face. What COVID emojis? So thanks for watching. I hope you pick up what this was about. This was about, I should have done this 5 years ago, this read the poem about Douglas Preston. I didn't. And when I did do it, it says, the real ending, which means I wasn't supposed to read it until now. But how would Forrest have known that? Because it says, tell everyone still involved in the chase. Not in the chase. Everyone involved in the real ending. Still involved in the real ending. Everyone's still involved in the real ending. And signs it for us. Night, Lily. Really good to see you here. Did I say hello? I can't remember saying hello. I'm sure I saw you come in. If I didn't say hello, I apologise for that. It's good to have you here. Holy cow, Mario. I'm going to bed before you. No, I'm going to bed as well. I'm going to race. I'm going to race to the bed. Yeah, it's 4:10. Oh, could be 4:20 if I'd have let it go on a bit longer. Smoke weed every day. But yeah, you probably will get to bed before me. Yeah, that's all, folks. That's all, folks. Never ever forget face value of anything, even the letter I or LL have lost my capital. ILAL. Channel, so end stream. Before I go, was the sound okay? Was there any echo or whatever? There was echo and stuff last time. Such a busy summer. Well, it hasn't started yet, has it? The solstice starts the summer, doesn't it? We're still spring. And I think, like, when we do get summer, then we get fun. And when we get fun, we may get some answers. When we get answers, who knows? So thanks, everyone. Much love. Take care.